te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana, te atakura, he tiu, he huka, he hohu, ti hei mauri ora. Morena everyone, and welcome to the first Policy Planning and Development Committee of 2026. Hope you're all doing good and had a fantastic Waitangi weekend. Fantastic weather and good celebrations up and down the country, which was good to see. Also, that bit of confusing Kiwi Rail situation last night. Obviously, there was a track problem late last night. AT were informed, and then the track issue thankfully got fixed in the middle of the night. So unexpectedly, everything went back to normal before the morning peak, which was good. But of course, there were some media still putting out messages that the rail was closed. So of course, we can ask more questions about that next time we have a Transport and Infrastructure Committee. But good that that was all sorted. We have our apologies. Go through them. There is an apology still from, do I go the absence first? Lateness from Councillor Lee. And then we've got early departure from Mayor Brown. And I'll just go to the, is there any other? But obviously, apologies for lateness from Mayor Brown as well, should we say?
Sorry, Chair, I put in my apologies as well for early leave and online attendance. Kia ora.
Councillor Fully's early departure. Yep. So move those. I'll move. Second to Councillor Sayers. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Then declarations of... Where do we do the online?
We don't need to resolve it.
Oh, we don't need to resolve the online anymore. Okay, cool. Declarations of interest. There are none that I know of. Confirmation of the minutes. Councillor Ferry, Deputy Chair, would like to move. Seconder. Councillor Filipaina. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Filipaina, second. All those in favour? There are no items on the agenda. Just want to acknowledge those online. So obviously, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Patterson-Hamlin and Councillor Burns are online under standing order, the one that's related to being unwell or can't access. So nice to see you all, and thank you for having your cameras on. Obviously, if you're feeling unwell, you might not want to have them on the whole time, but thank you for that. And then we also have Councillor Fully has a school opening, so on council business may come back on later online as well, so she will need to be sent the link if she hasn't already. There is now public input from Te Ropu ka Hikatia, Auckland University Students Association around student accommodation. Kia ora, if you just want to come up to the desk, there are mics in front of you. Please only turn them on when you're speaking. So the button on the right is to turn on the mic. If you just want to introduce yourselves and you know the drill, there's a 5-minute speaking turn and hopefully questions within that as well. So kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, my name is Matthew.
And my name is Nimish, and we're coming to you from Te Ropu ka Hikatia, Auckland University Students Association.
It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for having us. And today we wanted to talk about some student experiences around housing and how we can work together in this space.
Firstly, who are we? We are the largest student association in Aotearoa, representing over 45,000 students at Waipapa Taumataro University of Auckland.
We provide support services, we plan awesome events in Auckland, and we advocate for student issues on the national stage. Last year, we released the Students' Manifesto. Sorry, could we do next slide, please? Thank you. Last year we released the Students' Manifesto, which contains some of the biggest issues that students face in Auckland.
The manifesto is split into 3 key pillars: economy, education, and community. Today, we want to talk about one of the biggest issues facing students that appears in the manifesto: housing.
Next slide, please. Thank you. The issue is that housing in Auckland is often expensive, small, or really far away from the CBD. I'm currently on a flat hunt myself, and it's really difficult to find a place that's within budget, that's close to the CBD, or isn't kind of falling apart. This means that a lot of students are forced to live quite far away from the city and have to commute over an hour just to get to campus and the CBD.
Many of our students, like Matthew, are feeling this way as well, especially our out-of-town students who don't have family in the city and cannot fall back on living at home. International students are another group that are really caught out as well. With the lack of enforcement of the healthy home standard, students often find themselves in housing that isn't fit for purpose.
So through the Students' Manifesto, we got a good sense of some of the thoughts that students on campus had that would make things better for students. So first of all, we'd like to see Auckland Council continue to support high-density zoning around the CBD to allow for more housing supply and ensure that there is the proper infrastructure to support that housing.
Students also want to see more built-to-rent housing being developed in the city to support specific student needs. Another issue is also the high one-off cost in bond payments. So supporting students with their bonds will also help alleviate the financial pressures that students face.
In the meantime, though, we would love to see better transport for students to be able to travel in from the outer suburbs to ensure that there's better access to the CBD and to the university, but we can speak about this another time as well.
As the Students' Association, we'd love to be able to work with Auckland Council to elevate these issues higher. We recognise that many of the levers still sit with central government.
So we see it as a unique opportunity this year, especially with the general elections coming up, to be able to work together as the Students' Association and the local government to better advocate and lobby central government and parties for better laws and policies that work for students in Auckland.
We think that Tāmaki Makaurau is the best city in Aotearoa, but we also want to make it the best city for students. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have for us.
Kia ora, thank you. Very quick and straightforward ask and presentation there. So are there questions? Councillor Fully.
Kia ora, and thank you so much for your presentation. As a former student and former representative of AUSA, along with Councillor Ferry, it's really cool to see you there, and some of those photos brought back some awesome memories. I do recall, though, that the university does have a lot of accommodation, like O'Rourke and other halls, and then they extended that and have the railway as well as Kāloa Park. All up, what are the numbers there? How many, like, in terms of accommodation available for students? And are they privately, is it all owned by the university, or is it a mix? Kia ora.
Yeah, so in Tāmaki Makaurau, there's definitely a mix. So the university owns quite a few accommodations, like you alluded to. So student accommodation is something that I'm personally quite passionate to speak about. The quality in Auckland is quite nice. The only thing is the cost. So for a first-year student living at, for example, Waiparuru Hall, which is the largest first-year student accommodation catered, it can set you back almost $600 a week. And to live in a non-catered residence like Kāloa Park, that can set you back about $360 to $370. So it's quite expensive for students, and obviously, you know, you're paying for the luxury of being in the city, but we still think that that's quite expensive and unreasonable. And so in terms of the numbers as well, it's around 1,000 beds, but obviously they're developing a new extension of Kāloa Park as well, so we're pretty excited to see what happens with that. But yeah, the cost of student accommodation is quite a high barrier to accessing it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Great to hear from our young students. You mentioned the quite large number of students who have to commute in from the suburbs, outer suburbs in particular. I think Auckland Transport would say that they have made an effort in recent times with the fare cap, and I think some of the tertiary concessions recently, which in some of the modes, like the ferries for instance, was students were paying very high prices. Have those moves helped, or do you think we really need to go a lot further to facilitate, accessible and reasonable public transport for our students coming from those outer suburbs in particular?
Kia ora, thank you for the question. I think those moves have definitely helped out. It's even helped us out personally as well. But I think it does need to go a whole lot further. So we're also really excited to present to the Transport Committee soon about that. Yeah.
And in terms of transport as well, obviously the semester hasn't started yet, so we'll be really excited to see when semester does start how that concession, that increase in concession will impact student mobility and student behaviour. And that's something, again, that we'll present to the Transport Committee on this as well, but we'll be pretty keen to work with Auckland Council to try and track and map out those behaviours as well. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin online there.
Kia ora, is my sound working okay? Cool, awesome, so some nodding. Thanks so much for coming in. I was just wondering, you're saying that the residence's cost can be around the $300 mark per week. I was wondering if you could let us know what the current student allowance or loan excuse me, living costs are per week, and what a kind of rough average to rent a room in somewhere affordable within a kind of hour radius might be for a student. So what I mean is roughly how much of the available living costs are students spending on rent? Is it kind of all of it, or is there a gap there? Sorry, I didn't ask that very well.
No, you asked it very well. Thank you very much. So the current student loan weekly living cost allowance is $323. For student allowance, it's $380. So you could imagine one of our cheaper accommodation options at the university being Carlo Park Student Village at $360. If you're getting $323, you're already having to work or find another way to get that income. If you're on student allowance, that leaves you about $20. That's nothing at all. Might get you a block of butter from the supermarket. Or 2 blocks.
Thank you. Just to follow up to that, do you think that this prevents Auckland teens, so people who went to high school in Auckland, do you think that encourages them to study outside of Auckland?
Yep, absolutely. In fact, I almost went to Otago because not that the quality of housing would have been particularly great, but being able to spend $150 to rent a room rather than my current setup where base rent is $250 with bills we move up to $280 or $290, it's not particularly high quality, it's not particularly healthy. That's definitely a concern for a lot of our students here, and it would have people going elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think that's where our interests align as well, as the local government, as the Students' Association, and as the university as well. We obviously want to make this the best city in general, but also the best city for students. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of students come to Auckland to view the campus are telling us that they really want to come to the best university in the country, but they just really can't afford it. And so that's why they're going to universities like Vic and Otago, which great universities as well. But we'd love to keep them here in Auckland because
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. The reason I know it's 2 blocks of butter is because I bought a block of butter for nearly $10 on Sunday. So thanks so much for coming, and you're doing a great job. I wondered if you would just talk a little bit more about the reality of renting as a student as well. Like obviously you've talked about the cost, but maybe a little bit about the quality. Are you seeing students who perhaps are living in conditions given the cost that are overcrowded, that kind of thing? Just cognizant that for most of us around the table it's quite a long time since we rented, and for some of us, like me and Lotu, not very long since we were at university, but things might have changed a little bit in the last 2 decades. So, if you wouldn't just sort of... no electricity, Morris, that's right. It was all by candlelight. That's how we melted the butter. So if you wouldn't just mind talking a little bit more about the realities of renting as a student beyond the cost aspect, that would be really great. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I can split this into 2 as well. The first is living within the CBD, and the other is living outside of the CBD. Within the CBD, it's quite easy to find yourself in situations where the housing is just subpar. I think what we spoke about before as well is the healthy home standard isn't something that's enforced well, and I think students, and especially international students, to be honest, feel the brunt of that the worst. Especially if, like we said, if you don't have a place to go in Auckland, home to go, you're really, you're getting really desperate and you're really finding those flats that are just available they're really, really poor conditions. And I've visited a few of these, and they're just absolutely horrible. It's just not fit for anyone to live in. You know, there's a lot of talk about mold growing in the walls. Landlords not really doing much about them. So yeah, it's just quite horrible. Outside the CBD, I think can get a bit better, especially with a lot of new development, let's say around Mount Wellington, for example. A lot of new development, really nice. So, you know, the quality is a lot nicer, but again, it's the access into the CBD that's the issue as well.
If I could just add to that, I think if we are really trying to sell ourselves as the best city for students in Aotearoa, one of the best cities for students to come in the world, if you're an international student, you get this amazing pitch from a university about how fantastic it is to come study here, and you rock up, have to pay a lot of your money for something that is not safe to live in. That's a terrible look for us as a city. Yeah, that's one.
Cool, thank you. And just the other question I had was around, and you may not have any information on this, sorry, student contribution to Auckland's economy. Do you have any stuff around there? I guess I'm also thinking as the parent of someone who's about to start at University of Auckland, who's going to have to stay at home because we haven't even had the conversation about him moving out. There's just no way. But I'm aware that obviously if he stays at home, he's not paying board or rent. That becomes a stress on the family. There's the economic aspect of it as well. So do you have any sense maybe from the university itself of the student contribution to the economy and how that may interplay with the housing cost?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the specific numbers and data, but we can definitely try and find some of that for you. But just, yeah, on that point, I think that's a really good point as well, is that's why we have such an aligned interest as local government and the University and Students Association, because what we want the Auckland campus to be is a sticky campus. We want students to be able to, first of all, access and travel into the city, into the campus, but also stay around the campus. And when they stay on campus, what they do is they go out to the CBD, they go out on Queen Street to have lunch, have dinner, they go to shop, they go to the arcade, they go to the movies. That's where we have an aligned interest in terms of economic reasonings as well. But just, you know, I think the reason why Auckland City is so amazing is because we have two universities here. And I think students, I mean, you know, bias ourselves, but I think students really are the heart of the city here. So I think the more we can do to keep students going to the CBD and having them stay in the CBD is just better for everyone involved here.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Filipaina.
Atamari e he mana, morning chair, atamari e koutou katoa, to everybody in tēnā kōrero. In your PowerPoint presentation, what other levers do Auckland Council have to end up assisting in your last slide is let's work together? What other levers, because you've got high density zoning around the CBD, what other levers, because the other two you have there really is not with Auckland Council around building and everything else. So that's one part, one question, and I've got one more after that. Kia ora.
Yeah, so you're right that a lot of these levers do sit with central government, and that's why we want to sort of make use of this year as an election year to be able to sort of elevate that to the central government. But I think what some of the levers that do sit with Auckland Council are with, like you said, high density zoning around transport hubs, but especially with the infrastructure around those housing as well. So it's not just transport as well, it's just general infrastructure like you know, the parks, the water, the electricity, all of that is really important as well. And I think all of that just makes housing, I mean, like I said, I'm on a flat hut right now as well, and all of that, all of the infrastructure is also a big factor in me choosing where I want to live for the next few years.
Kia ora, last part for you both. For those out in the public, what would your response be if they say, look, this is not core council business. They should be staying out of this housing and everything else. What do you say to those people who say that council should have nothing to play in that, apart from what you've said, transport, public transport, infrastructure, zoning, etc.? What would you say to those people?
Well, I would just go back to my point that this is a shared interest between the students, the university, and Auckland Council. Like we said, we think that Tāmaki Makaurau is the best city in this country. And, I'd almost go as far as to say that Auckland is one of the best cities to live in the world. But the fact is, for many of our students, it is not. It's very difficult to live here, especially for our international students. If we want to position ourselves as a world-leading university and a world-leading city to live in, we need to make sure that when they do actually come here, that they are met with quality infrastructure, quality housing, and a quality city to live in as well. So I think it is a shared interest between the students, the university, and Auckland Council, and that's why we really want to work together to elevate these issues to the central government, so they can play their part in making the city the best city to live in.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Henderson, sorry I missed you before.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a lot of my questions have been answered, but just to follow up and appreciate your support of high density zoning around the CBD. Just wanted to ask you about co-benefits. So obviously that would encourage more students into the city centre. What benefits would that give to the city as a whole?
I think seeing it more lively again. I talked to my brother who was a university student here about 15 years ago, and he talks about, oh, it was so awesome going down into Queen Street. There's so much business happening, so much foot traffic. People are out here supporting the city. And the co-benefits are really, you have the people who are here again. We have 70,000 students in our learning quarter between AUT and the University of Auckland. A lot are disincentivized to come back into the city after COVID. Part of that is because they have been priced out of it. It also benefits the university as well. There's a lot more traffic around there, a lot more support for the retail. People are more engaged with some of the things that are happening there as well.
Thank you, appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Haukura Member Blair.
Tēnā korua I nei kōrero, Ngāre Blair and University of Auckland alumni. Tātou mā, if we didn't have students in the central city from University of Auckland and AUT, we would truly be worse off for it around vibrancy and trying to live up to this youthful nation in the South Pacific. Our students are much needed in our central city. So, kei te tautoko au, I rā kōrero. Whilst you're living off noodles and avocado on sale, to help deal with your hunger pangs, can't you just walk to Greylin and Ponsonby and Parnell and be inspired and look at the character buildings and forget your hunger?
I think that may have been a question around zoning or protection. I don't know if you missed that.
I think we'll leave that to the experts around the table.
Kia ora. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I thought you might be on the local 95 BFM with that radio voice of yours there. It's terrific. So give it a go. Look, my question's around safety. Okay, so Auckland Council can have some control over what you'd probably term urban design. You know, the lighting, making places lit, and safe to occupy. So there's that angle. But just generally, in terms of how safe do students feel in the CBD? What's your feeling around that? And if they're not feeling safe, what things are making them not feel safe? Because it's something we do discuss around this table.
I think it's important to know that sometimes some of the safety concerns from our perspective are overstated, but they are absolutely there. And one of the things that I think we raised together as an association is the fact that simply having more foot traffic around the city with students and others makes students feel far more safe. If there are only 5,000 students coming to university on a given day, let's say it's a Friday night, they want to all go out into the city, they're far more likely to feel unsafe for anything that happens compared with if maybe there are 20,000 students and we have far more going out. Some of the other concerns that have come to the table for us recently is around students actually sleeping on or near campus. Some of the rough sleeping that's happening there. There's certainly some safety concerns around that. Matthew, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, and thank you for bringing up the issue of safety as well, because that's a huge concern for us. And I think one of the big things we've been hearing as well is around safety on buses and safety on transport. I mean, I think we're all aware of some of, for example, the stabbing that happens on buses, and a lot of them are motivated by hate crime as well, I think. So I think for a lot of students, what we've been hearing as well is actually many students don't want to come to campus, especially if they know that they might have to stay late, because they don't want to take the bus at night. And the other thing is they might just take an Uber home just because they don't want to be on a bus, especially at night. Especially if you're living on those outer suburbs as well, where you have to be on a bus or change buses as well. And it's quite dangerous and quite scary for our students. So that's actually a huge concern. That it's something we want to bring up at the Transport Committee as well, for sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And just remember, the team are coming to transport and infrastructure, so try and stick our transport-related questions to that one. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, look, first of all, thanks for coming in. I think it's really important to hear from the stakeholder group that you represent and just keep us really relevant to, your thoughts and views. I do support your desire for further intensification around the CBD, and I think we've made that quite public around this table. My question is around your interaction with other important stakeholder groups for the city centre. So, for example, do you present to Heart of the City as a stakeholder group? The organisation that is theoretically leading events and safety, etc., from the central city. Do you do that?
We haven't had something similar necessarily with Heart of the City yet. But one of the big projects that we're working on with Heart of the City and Tātaki Auckland Unlimited is to do with orientation and O-Week. So that's when a lot of these concerns do come up, especially around transport and safety. Less so housing with them, but I think it's definitely a bigger cope-up that we can have.
So I suppose what I'm really saying here is I think you're a powerful voice when it comes to what happens in the central city. And I want to see you have a place at the table on an ongoing basis, whether it be transport, whether it be safety, whether it be events. I think, 70,000 people is a big stakeholder group. And the fact that you haven't been approached by some of those big organisations, I think, is not good for the future of our city, because you do have a powerful voice, and I think it's often an area that, has been overlooked, and it shouldn't have been overlooked. So that I also want to say that I think the reason that you've come here, how we can help, is that bridge. The answer isn't just us. The answer is the fact that we can help coordinate. I mean, it's backing up Councillor Filipaina, really. It's, a lot of people say this isn't called council business. But what is council business is to make sure that the people who live in this city are listened to and have been shown ways to work together for the betterment of the city going forward. So you've got a powerful year ahead of you from regards to lobbying with what central government can do and what local government can do as well. So when you have those conversations, feel free to reach out to see if there's someone from around this table that can join some of those conversations and help you join things up. But well done, and again, thanks for coming.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora. And last question, Haukura Member Wilson.
Kia ora kōrua. As you can see, a lot of interest in you being here today. You've been on here for some time. It's given me a really good insight into the... Look, my part, I hopefully, is very innocuous in the sense that I'm curious in terms of the representation that you are saying through the presentation. 45,000, was that? Yes. So you sitting here was the intention of the 45,000 to say these are ours, because I did look at the three main priorities that you had up there, and it wasn't necessarily housing. And I'm also wanting to test, there's a whole lot of little questions because of my interest, trying to wrap it up in one question. I'm also interested in the composition of Māori and those that you're representative of, because it's really, from our perspective, taukura. It's a really big grouping that we would wish to canvass. So hopefully I've made myself clear in terms of what I'm querying, and you can answer those questions, would be appreciated.
Yeah, kia ora, and thank you for that question. I think that's a really important question to raise as well. So we are the overarching Students Association at the University of Auckland. So we, by virtue of that fact, we represent all 45,000 plus students. But we also have many other associations on campus that represent different groups. So Ngā Tauira Māori are the Māori Students Association on campus. And we actually have an MOU with that association where their co-presidents actually sit on our executive. So everything that we do are actually, they're a part of, and we're making sure that we're sort of upholding our treaty obligations by working with them, and not just consulting with them, but working with Ngā Tauira Māori and Māori students in general to make sure that we're doing right by them, because at the end of the day, we represent them as well, and we want to do the best for them. So in terms of the Students' Manifesto and a lot of the issues that we've raised through here, they were 1,000% a part of that process, and really, really appreciated their input and their mahi in this process as well. Yeah.
Kia ora, Member Wilson, and great answer, thank you. Sorry, last question, Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the conversation today because I have a lot of sympathy for the density argument around the CBD. I have a lot of sympathy for the healthy home standard argument. I mean, I think that the state, frankly, has been laggard in this because Kāinga Ora was about the last one to come on board with the healthy home standard, in my view. But the question I had is, have you given any thought to the centres outside of the CBD for which there are tertiary campuses, and I mean specifically about Manukau and the Shore and Albany as well, because I mean I'm from the south. We've got significant tertiary education offerings at Manukau with MIT and with the AUT South Manukau campus. I just want to make sure that this conversation is being socialised with those other associations, because I'm not only interested in the city centre offering, I'm interested in the experience and the offering of those satellite campuses and campuses, major, I mean, MIT is in South Auckland for a lot of those students, many of whom are Māori and Pacifica, so, but they're not here. So are you talking to them?
I think I can answer that one. So as president of the association, we do engage a lot with our other tertiary campuses. I think one of the issues that has been highlighted since I came into office a couple of months ago is how we engage with the city versus how we engage with people more on the fringes. So that includes South Auckland. That for us even includes outside of Auckland, up in Te Tai Tokero, where I'm from. And that's something that we do need to work on, and I really appreciate you raising that as well, because I would like to acknowledge that this is not simply a discussion about the city centre. That does represent most of our student community at Waipapa Taumataro, but that's not the be-all and end-all. Kia ora.
And sorry, just to say that we actually do also have a beautiful campus. University of Auckland also has a beautiful campus down south as well. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you. Just last question from me. It's a long way off, but you've got the 900-bed building and precinct building in Pārnau, and then also fantastically the 630-odd bed building on Queen Street. Have you had any discussions with precinct what they're thinking their price points will be? I know that'll be market driven, etc. But do they have, or do you have a relationship with them to at least be discussing facilities and potential, if the price point's too high, they're not going to fill these amazing buildings?
So not yet. We haven't had those conversations yet. I imagine they themselves are probably not at that stage where they're talking about that yet, but I think that's something that we can pick up and definitely reach out to them and talk about. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure Scott Pritchard and the team would be keen to chat to you guys, so as important customers in the future. Cool, well, Councillor Ferry, I think, worked with you guys to get here, so just should no doubt like to move. And Councillor Henderson, did you want a second? Just briefly want to acknowledge we'll pass on your advocacy to government agencies as well. we are happy to have you here and know you're coming to Transport and Infrastructure. And just again want to appreciate the advocacy, but also acknowledge what students provide for the city centre, which you can tell when unis are in Lawn Street, High Street, Queen Street, everywhere is very busy, humming at night. It's safer because you're all here on the street, spending the little money that you do have above your accommodation costs, but it is really important for city safety, for you to be here, but also for us to be doing the work to encourage students to come here, stay here, and spend some time outside of the accommodation when you're not studying. So kia ora, and thank you very much. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Perfect. Thanks very much.
Kia ora koutou.
Thank you.
Right, so we'll go straight to our first, so there's no local board input? No. We'll go straight to our first report, 8.1, Auckland Council's submissions on the planning and natural environment bills. I'll move the motions, and Councillor Ferry, Deputy Chair, would like to second, and then we'll have Karen and Dave, Louise, Dave, Karen, John. I think everyone will know you all, but if you could just introduce yourselves again for those who may not know you, and your roles, and then we can go through again a bit of a high level what we went through the workshop. So just want to acknowledge we did have quite lengthy discussions at the workshop. The workshop is publicly available, so we hopefully won't go into too much detail here, but we're happy for the discussion to continue. So kia ora.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Ko Louise Mason Toko Ingoa. I'm General Manager of Policy. And you would know John Dugood, General Manager for Planning and Resource Consents. And we also have Karen Kirk, Principal Advisor from our Strategic Policy Advice Unit, and Dave Allen, who is our Manager for the Natural Environment Strategy Unit as well too. John and I will give a very short overview of the bills and the proposed submission. I just do want to acknowledge Dave and Karen and also the team behind them that have put together the quite extensive submission. It has been a tremendous amount of work in a short time frame. Our presentation today will just give you a short overview building on the workshop presentation last week. So the Planning Bill and the Natural Environment Bill had their first reading on 16th of December last year and have been referred to the Environment Select Committee. The closing date for submissions is the 13th of February 2026. Oh, I should also note that we do have Helen Shaw from Watercare here as well too if there are questions later. Our presentation today will give you a very brief overview of the government legislation package that is to replace the Resource Management Act. This will be rolled out quickly after enactment, which is scheduled for the middle of the year. We'll also signal matters of interest throughout this overview before getting into analysis and the draft submission points outlined in our committee report. The government's view is that the current system is not delivering the best outcomes for communities or the environment. It's too complex and too costly to navigate. The reform, though, is also intended to support government's objectives relating to economic growth, housing, infrastructure, primary industries, the environment, and climate change. And ultimately to help unlock growth, reduce the costs of infrastructure and protect the environment, while also freeing up property rights so landowners have certainty and control over their land. And our slide here outlines many of those key features of the reform. There are a number of elements to the proposed legislation or to the draft legislation. We have a planning bill which is focused on enabling development and regulating the use of land. A natural environment bill which focuses more on managing the impacts from the use of natural resources and protecting the environment from harm. And each bill sets out goals that define the intended outcomes from for the system. National instruments will provide directions to councils for us to align our plans and consenting decisions with these goals. There will also be an integrated regional plan. This will implement national direction and will incorporate regional spatial planning, natural environment management and land use provision. You'll see in your committee report there's a funnel diagram that shows all the different elements of the proposed system. The idea is that it's intended to narrow decision making at each level so that earlier decisions can't be re-litigated. However, I think it'd be fair to say that we have some concerns about this, about whether that system will function in reality. It's very quick implementation for the first set of documents. We are concerned that there won't be complete information. There's no proper purpose statement, as in the RMA, and no principles like the RMA, but there is system goals without a hierarchy. So, in terms of our sort of overarching view, and just noting these bills are, as I said, are expected to be enacted in the second half of 2026 before the general election, we do acknowledge that the resource management reform represents central government really wanting to do a paradigm shift in this area. And we're aware of that there are shortcomings in the current resource management legislation and its interdependencies with other legislation. Broadly, we could say that there are elements that we do support of the central government program, particularly around improving efficiencies in the resource management system. But, and this is the caveat, provided it provides robust long-term protection of the natural environment, fulfilment of te tiriti obligations, support for Māori outcomes and the public interest, alongside process and efficiency improvements. So some things we do support, but some very big caveats there around the proposed legislation. The amalgamation of key regional planning elements into a single combined plan with a long-term spatial plan front and centre, we do think will be a game changer for New Zealand. Auckland has already benefited from this approach through amalgamation and its establishment as a unitary authority in 2010. But the implementation of the new system will be critical to determine whether it will be efficient and costless. Will there be unintended consequences? For example, will the regulatory relief provisions work in practice? So in terms of the areas of general support, and again on this slide we've just outlined what those main areas are. We do support mandatory spatial planning. As noted, we're already required to develop a spatial plan. And we support this additional provision for infrastructure, but funding and financing issues still remain. For example, how will this work with the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act 2020, an associated amendment bill, the Local Government Infrastructure Funding Amendment Bill, and the government proposals for a development levy system. So this outlines really the areas where we are in support, and John's now going to outline where we have areas of concern in the draft submission. Over to you, John.
Great. Kia ora tātou. So, as Louise mentions, there are areas of areas that we do support in the draft submission, and just running through some of the areas now of concern. Possibly very near the top, they're not in any particular order, but there is a big concern around the time frames. So broadly support the government's intention to move things along relatively quickly, but we feel that the time frames set out in the bills are unworkable. For example, and probably one of the biggest concerns is some of the national direction, which is coming from government under this legislation, or would come from the government. Council would only see that for a very short period of time before having to put up its own plan. And in fact, some of the national direction wouldn't even be available for the council's first regional spatial plan under the new legislation. So we just don't think that the timeframes that the government is setting out are workable. You know, fast and bold is good, but we really need to see that national direction before having to put out the council's own plan. Moving beyond the regional spatial plan, which is a requirement under the planning bill, the requirement to prepare the combined plan itself, effectively the replacement for the Auckland Unitary Plan. Again, the full suite of national direction, which we have to give effect to in our own plan, we'd only see for a very short period of time. So we just feel that that sequencing of the national direction relative to when Auckland Council and other councils have to prepare their plans just isn't workable. It needs to be thought out a bit more carefully with a bit more time. The reduced opportunity for plan input. So there is a real move towards focusing submissions, or only enabling submissions from individuals, Auckland-based individuals. So interest groups, for example, would be restricted in their ability to input into plan making and subsequently into resource consent. So narrowing of opportunities for who can make a submission, who can get involved. So we feel that that is, has really gone a bit too far in terms of excluding interests who would like to get involved in things like the Auckland combined plan under the new legislation. The plan-making function is reduced, so that's the council plan-making function. It would be reduced under these bills. By that, we're partly referring to the national directions and the national standards. So a lot of things will be set nationally, and then councils such as Auckland Council would simply have to implement those through its own plan. So we feel that that's also gone a bit too far in terms of the government being too specific, taking over too much of that local plan-making function. And coupled with that is a concern that some of the provisions would be supportive of enabling development in locations that the council is not looking to provide the key infrastructure, and some of the challenges that we all know exist with those out of sequence, unplanned developments. The next bullet point, just around the ministerial intervention. So there is, in the draft submission, concerns raised about the powers that the ministers would have to intervene in council plan-making decisions. So very directive and very strong ability for ministers to intervene and direct how plans are prepared or direct changes to council plans. We've got a broad heading there, system design issues. That's really a catch-all for the integration between the two bills. So at the moment, we've got the Resource Management Act. We would now have the Planning Act and the Natural Environment Act. And so with the new system having two very comprehensive bills, this is just one of the bills. So it's pretty extensive legislation. The integration between the two, the team have certainly spotted some inconsistencies, ways that the two bills are just not interacting at a broad system level. So that's identified in the draft submission. A lot is unclear until this national policy direction is revealed, and that won't be for some time yet. Karen and Dave will have the specific timeframes if there are questions around that, but that's probably back to my initial point again, that really until we see the national direction, it's hard to know how much of this, as officers, we would support. The direction could be, and I'm sure some of it will be very useful, but some of it may be far too prescriptive and cause some problems in terms of straitjacketing Auckland and other councils into a nationally directed system that's not really fit for purpose for Auckland. A bit of a concern there. Then moving on to this new concept, which doesn't exist in the Resource Management Act. It's regulatory relief. So there is a framework that the council would have to develop under the Planning Act for giving relief to property owners who would be affected by restrictions due to significant ecological areas, outstanding landscape values, historic heritage. I think those are the three. And sites of significance to Māori. So there are four key areas where the government is saying in the bill that if the council is looking to place restrictions on private property for those four reasons, there would have to be some relief given to the landowner. The council would have to develop a framework. So there's quite a big piece of work there to put in place a framework for what the relief might be. And the bills talk about a range of things, from free resource consents through to cash payments, so direct financial compensation, through to other forms of incentives. So there are a range of things that the bills say that the council should investigate and consider, but it all is left to further decision making. We just feel that it's quite problematic and could come at a significant cost to the council if it was to continue to choose to apply restrictions on private property for those 4 reasons: historic heritage, sites of significance to Māori, outstanding landscapes and ecological values. So if the council wants to continue to put those restrictions on private land, it is likely to come at a cost. Even a free resource consent is a cost cumulatively over time, but if it's financial payments because of loss of property value, and that's potentially in the mix as well, that could be a real disincentive to Auckland and other councils to restrict those things that many Aucklanders think should have some restriction on private property. So concern about that. There is a fairly broad brush restriction on the ability for councils to have controls that would improve the quality of housing or commercial development. So some of our urban design controls that have been a core part of the unitary plan since the outset, that balance between allowing more height, density, growth, intensification with ensuring a quality city, which has been fundamental for Auckland for many years, is largely removed. So there's the ability to have many of the urban design controls in the unitary plan will be removed if the bills go through in the current form. And there is a reduced ability for Māori and Auckland communities at large to participate, as I mentioned previously, in the earlier bullet point. Next slide, please. Last slide on areas of concern. Overall, in terms of the environment bill and its relationship to the planning bill, and that sort of tension between planning bill being enabling of growth, housing development, and the environment bill looking to protect natural environments, including many of our degraded natural environments. On balance, overall, a concern that really the emphasis has gone too much towards the growth and enabling without enough ability for council to ensure that our natural environment is protected, enhanced and restored. Permitted activities, so there's a big shift towards enabling more things to take place without needing a resource consent. We've yet to see the detail through the national policy direction as to what that might mean, but there's certainly a signal that there'll be far more permitted activities specified by the government at a national level under the national direction that would come under the legislation. But there is a requirement that council somehow has a register of permitted activities taking place. We feel there's a cost implication of that. There are also some monitoring requirements and costs along with that shift towards things being more permitted and not needing consent. They might still need to comply with various national rules and standards, and then the council's role would be to keep a register of that, monitor that. So while there's a bit of a shift of cost away from perhaps private interests in that they wouldn't need to obtain a resource consent, some of the shifting of the cost, as we see it, would be onto the ratepayer to have a register of what's permitted, who's doing it, and monitor what they're doing. At a more technical level, under the Resource Management Act since 1991, there have been 6 different what we call activity classes, from prohibited, can't get a resource consent, to permitted, don't need a resource consent, and the 4 classes in between, which some of you will be pretty familiar, things like discretionary activities and non-complying. So the government is proposing in the planning bill to reduce, I think in the environment bill as well, that down to 4 classes: permitted, restricted discretionary, discretionary and prohibited. We feel there's probably still a role for keeping non-complying. The team can confirm that controlled. I'm not sure if we're wedded to controlled still being in the system.
Partially.
Yeah, partially. I think it's context specific. There's probably a few things we would need to work through, but yeah.
Right. So broadly supporting reducing the complexity down to the 4 classes of either you can't get a consent, you don't need a consent, or the 2 in between. But there are some situations in Auckland and under things like the Waitakere Heritage Area Act that that there is some role for non-complying and controlled, but that's at a more technical level. And last but not least, that a range of transitional issues as we move from the current RMA system and the unitary plan into new system, regional spatial plan, combined plan, implications for the council's budgeting through the long-term plan, things like the uncertainty around this regulatory relief, what might that cost, and how would the council build that into its financial planning if it was choosing to continue to put restrictions on private property for heritage, ecological areas and so on. What does that cost? This register of permitted activities, what is the cost of that? There are certainly some costs there, but it's not clear what that cost might be. So some of the challenges there in terms of council factoring that into its long-term plan decisions, coupled with indications about rates cap and so on. So integrating with that other reform that the government's taking through. So those are the broad areas of concern. Obviously the submission has the detail in behind that. We've got Karen and Dave here who can answer some of the questions that you might have, and we do have some of our subject matter experts online who can jump in if need be. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. And yeah, it is a very fulsome submission, well, kind of two submissions. I'm sure everyone has read all 300 pages. But no, it is it will affect everything we do going forward. So it is important to get as many of our points in there. And thank you for including a lot of the feedback from members of the committee as well. Right, we have some questions already. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, team. This is quite a good submission, I think. But my question is, I'm going to put this as a question. My feedback is I don't think you have put into the submission one of the questions I asked in the workshop. And I know probably you're struggling to put it in, but I think it's important to put it in, which is what is the likely cost to us for this? You've talked about the fact that there will be cost, but somehow I think it's important for us to add to the submission what that might look like. For example, you've got on page 37 on the planning bill, it lists a whole bunch of things that you propose should be protected from inappropriate development. On the back of an envelope thing, if they were a cost that we had to pay back to the landowner, what would that be? Because I know that's kind of hard, but I really think it's important to give the select committee, which is where this is going first, and Parliament an understanding of, whilst they might be able, I mean, there are some good things in here, and I think that's really good to accentuate the positive. But at a time when potentially we may or may not get a rates cap, what is the cost of this combined set of regulatory frameworks to us if we want to believe we should protect things like trees or heritage or environment or sites of multi-significance or whatever? What would that cost us if we had to pay back the landowner? I know you probably say, look, you know, we haven't done that work, whatever, but we've got to give it a bit of a ballpark on versus what we've got. So that's my first question, and my second question is
Just get maybe a first question.
Okay.
I know it is extremely.
I mean, is it?
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Simpson. I think there have been difficulties in trying to even establish that ballpark, but I'm just going to ask Dave to comment on that.
Thank you. I think there's no issue with us providing a general statement about the fact that this new system will generate a whole lot of costs, and these are the where they have been identified through the different provisions of the bill, and we can make that comment up front in each of the submissions. We've attempted to go away and look at whatever data we had on hand in terms of sort of the impacts in terms of the number of properties that might be subject to regulatory relief, as an example. We have been thinking about sort of the consenting realm as well, and saying, well, you know, what does it mean if you're in the consenting space and you need to redo how you do your business with a new registry system? Are there ways in our existing systems like the SAP software for us to somehow capture some of the information, or do we recognise that some of those systems are near the end of their life or won't be fit for purpose, and we will need nonetheless to plan within the next sort of 5 years anyway to have a new system? And what is the expectation of central government to support councils across the country with some of those new systems? Because it may be that you can come up with a national system for some of these things. So those are all the points we've tried to think about over the last 6 weeks, 2 months, and and there's been some of this analysis that's been done on some of the features of the bill that give us an inkling of cost. But I think what we would do here, Deputy Mayor, is make a clearer statement at the front, which will capture the fact that there is actually a combination of costs that will generate a significant matter for all councils around New Zealand to consider at various levels.
I also think if I could just do by way of a follow-up, give some examples. Give some examples. A property X here, planning rules say you can go up to 10 stories, but, because of whatever, it's only going to be, the Mayor said this very simply, 5 stories, we'd have to pay the difference and that would cost us. And you could, just there isn't the tangible figure that I think will make it really clear about what this means for us. I think that's the first thing. And also the development of the framework. We must have done frameworks. I mean, you guys have been here for a while, all of you. What's Phil? What's that kind of cost? Just to give it a bit of an idea on the framework around it too. I just think that's a really important part. I do believe, on one hand, you've got private property rights, and I get that, but on the other hand, if we're planning a city that has protections in certain ways, and that's going to cost us, the risk, and I think you've said this yourself, is that we actually we don't protect this stuff because it comes at a cost to us that we just think actually it's too prohibitive. And I think that really needs to be quite clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And probably out of order, but just a comment. I think, and I have discussed this with the team, the issue is we have thousands of SEAs, we've got streams across properties, we've got Maungi view shafts that would already do that and have been in place for decades. And so the retrospective nature, we'd end up in court almost on every property because my assumption would be you'd have to go, well, was that property already worth less because it had less developable capability, so we're already charging rates lower, or could someone prove that because you've not let me build over my stream, that I couldn't put the extra room on? So it will be tens of millions of dollars if it goes ahead in the way it's written, and that would blow our rates cap immediately.
So to be helpful, by way of going back, so I think we need to highlight the problem and then highlight a solution. What are we saying back? This is what you want to do. Ultimately, we understand what you want to do. Maybe you look at it a different way. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
Thank you. They're really helpful comments. And I think the point about if we can put examples around potential impact, we'll certainly look at that as well.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Thank you. Are the non-notified consents, resource consents, are they discoverable?
Non-notified resource consents under Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act, absolutely. Anyone can get in touch, and we do it all the time. We provide copies of decisions on resource consents to members of the public on a weekly basis. Yep.
And approximately, I know that you're up to September 2025, so you might not have the full year yet, but how many non-notified resource consents were sought and issued in raw numbers, and then what's the raw number for non-complying, and the controlled consents? Do you have the raw numbers for those?
It's roughly between 12 and 15,000 resource consents per annum over the last 5 years. So at just under 10% for non-complying, that's 1,200 to 1,500 non-complying consents per annum in Auckland.
Okay, look, so
mostly non-notified, as you know.
I'm not going to speak on this, but Chair, if I make the point, can I make a suggestion to you? I think the submission's quite a good one, and what I know it's a lot of paper and a lot of time for an officer to go and do this, but what I think should happen is that there should be a schedule appended to the submission that actually just lists the non-notified consents that we have issued. Don't need to give detail, just list them out the non-compliant and the controlled as well. Sorry, the non-notified, the limited notified, and the notifieds, because I think, frankly, this needs to become quite a visual argument. The argument here from Parliament is that we're far too restrictive, when in fact, if you saw in raw terms, pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of non-notified consents that we are issuing every year, it gives it some context, and it demonstrates that the advice that this bill is based on is in my view fraught, given the actually quite the permissive environment within which we operate. And the reason why we do have to be rather prescriptive and restrictive on occasion is because the rest of the Auckland population is rather concerned about the effects on them. So I think that the schedule and the submission needs to reflect those numbers. In all terms, just list them out.
We can certainly do that. Yep.
Yep, good point. I think we have tried to say, I think it's 97% or something non-notified, and the government would pick out the one or two that were notified to make an example of us.
97% is not is nothing unless you see the pages and pages and pages and pages and pages that comprise the 97%. That's what needs to be attached to the submission, and allow the select committee to argue that we weren't allowing people to do things, because we have been 97% of the time without being notified.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, it is mentioned in there in a way, but I think, as Councillor Newman says, if it could be tweaked slightly to make it extremely blatant that we're already doing, yeah. Whether we can attach the list as a, or I could bring in a pile, I could, yeah. Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Councillor. Hokura Member Blair.
Kia ora koutou. I'm just going to focus on the te tiriti obligations in the submission. In the first paragraph, in the third sentence, which I don't think should be understated, the council notes that Māori interests are not defined. That leads to confusion nationally and also locally here. So I think it is understated, and I think in the recommendations, council should be calling for the government to provide a definition of tangata whenua, because it is very confusing. Even in the submission, it's talking of Māori interests, it's talking of hapu, it's talking of iwi. Those are all very different things in themselves. And then the definitions we have of mana whenua are pretty opaque and obscure. So I think it would serve us all well, especially in this city, in this region, that we ask for a definition of tangata whenua and what that actually means, so that it can be less confusing.
So we have made that perhaps somewhere else in the submission, that observation, but if we need to bring that a bit more clearer to the front, we can certainly do that. Thanks, Member Bear.
Kia ora, thank you. Mayor Brown.
Okay, good work for what you're trying to do. Make a submission on something that's rushed and which will almost certainly be a shambles later on in the year. There's almost, it queries the definition of property rights. I hear lots and lots of things from National about property rights. Once you get into the compensation stuff there, it gets really murky. What are your property rights? So for instance, you got a property, and I mean, most of us around here own land here and there. So if the property's currently got an allowance to have 5-storey buildings on it, and we change that to 10-storey buildings, that property is going to go up in value. Do we get a share of that back from the owner? Because you've got to put it the other way around. They don't get it the same. Because they're going to think about, if on the other hand, if I had the right to go 10 stories, and now we're going to cut it to 5 stories, how much of that extra loss of value do we give them? And so we're about to enter PC 120 with intensification rules, which all those people who are living in the lovely tree-lined streets of Mount Eden, when they suddenly find that they can go up to 20 stories, they mightn't feel so bad about it. All of a sudden, they're probably worth a lot more, but they mightn't feel so good about it if we get a fair share of that. So I think an example on the basis of a property that goes from 5 to 10 and one that goes from 10 to 5, who pays and how much? Because they're giving me lessons about, I don't think that the planning is actually part of your property right, but it affects property rights. And so this is very dangerous. I mean, if the interpretation, and there'll be lawyers sniffing around a few bucks here, mate. I mean, you can see them. If I can work it out, a lawyer certainly can. There's an opportunity here, so we'll be leading a major Epsom-based claim on the council for the huge increase in value as a result of intensification. We get a whopping bill for $50 million. And now where do you go? Have they hoisted themselves on this one? So I want to ask that question in there, because I don't think they've thought that through. Compensation goes two ways. If we reduce your value by doing something or other, they're going to say we've got to pay. If we increase the value by doing something or other, do we get it? No. Do the rest of us get it? Well, we should. You can't have it both ways. So, if you buy and sell something or other, there's a buyer and there's a seller and everything there. So I want to just concentrate on, does this affect the definition of property rights? Because property rights are a bit like rights under the treaty. They're not very well defined. Okay.
Kia ora, Mayor. Thank you. Good point. So, yeah, something, I think we did maybe discuss it after the Mayor's comment in the workshop, around there's no value capture or anything considered the other way, which would have been nice for the City Rail Link and other, council interventions. So, yeah, just putting that in there, acknowledging we only pay when it goes more restrictive, which seems the opposite of what they're trying to do. Councillor Gillen. Kia ora. No? No? Might have been stretching. Hokura Member Wilson.
Kia ora, thank you. Have to say it was really, really helpful. John and Louise, with your team being there at the workshop, that allowed me, anyway, to get my head across the whole range, which I think somebody said is 700 plus papers, so thank you for that. In terms of what's been produced and the fact that it's in by Friday, I understand it to be exactly what it is, a submission that needs to be in by Friday, and the detail necessarily will come later. I agree absolutely with the notion of greater visibility. I think that's important. I'm going to talk to the Haukura script in terms of definition. Not at this juncture, I wouldn't have thought that has already been expressed. I just have a couple of queries that I did moot, Dave, in the workshop around the significance of this for Māori generally, and the fact that feedback had only been provided by one mana whenua iwi. So not in let do some more now, but coming up, because there's going to be work that needs to be done, making sure potentially that there's some consideration for the wider feedback, given that it was done pre-Christmas. That would be very helpful. So all I'm trying to do, it is what it is now. Look, I was very interested in the kōrero around financials, and I was thinking in my head while the kōrero was held by Councillor Simpson and Newman, there is, of course, the notion of litigation reputationally as well for council and mana whenua iwi that probably could be quite easily looked at in a couple of the examples, which are a greater cost than many would expect it to be. So if the notion is around visibility, I'm not saying do it now before the submission, but if it helps solidify in the main, I guess you've covered as much as you can cover given the time here. I do agree in the notion of the financial implications as well, and potentially for us that's a biggie, the litigation council and or iwi, in terms of as they operate what that could end up for iwi themselves and also for council themselves, and what it will do to the reputation of Auckland Council. So maybe I just need to have a notion. You haven't got a plan because you haven't got your submission in yet, but an acknowledgement that those things will be looked at moving forward past this period. Kia ora.
Kia ora, yes, and firstly, we have got a second submission, a completed submission from one mana whenua entity in the last couple of days. So that was helpful to refer to as well, and that's a lot of alignment between the council's expression and the two iwi that we have got some feedback from, so that's good. Looking ahead, I actually have been thinking about that actually, because of course we have the select committee, obviously, and before then there may be some opportunity to swap notes, so to speak, between certain parties, and obviously do some further work, some further analysis, and put our representatives who are presenting to the select committee with some additional information that could help support their arguments. So just to agree that there is an opportunity, I think, looking ahead for us to, and also given that this is a journey of the next couple of years for mana whenua and the community in general to get their head around all this stuff. It's a big deal. So I think there will be an opportunity for us to have some further discussions with each of the iwi concerned with this as part of our council journey. So.
Kia ora, Member Wilson. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. One's we've got a lot of land zoned at the moment that perhaps owned by Ma and Pa, and they haven't subdivided it because they can't get the numbers to stack up. So even with the removal perhaps of some consenting hurdles go through, there'll be other balances there, obviously development contributions, levies going to come into play, insurances to protect against building quality, etc., etc. So in terms of actually activating those landowners to develop their land and put some houses on them, which they're not incentivised so much to do at the moment, have we got a feel of around the costings in terms of the savings that are likely to come across the line for those ma and pas that will incentivise them that it's worth doing it and they can sell the house for a profit? That's my first question.
Yeah, it probably comes to some of Councillor Newman's point too, that it's only a small percentage
Through
now.
the Chair, until we see the detail of the this national policy direction, we have an NPS urban development, as you know. So under the new legislation, there'll be a full suite of national direction on everything from coastal issues to freshwater management to housing and urban development. Until we see the detail around what the government's saying should be permitted or still needs a consent, it's impossible to say whether this would result in some savings for mum and dad type developers looking to do a subdivision. But it's really unlikely to tip the balance just on consenting fees alone for a development. I mean, it may in some small number of cases, but overall it's things like the zoning that applies, which we're addressing through things like Plan Change 120 and things like that make the biggest difference to the viability of doing a development in that case. But yeah, I guess my key point is until we see the detail, it's very hard to comment on will this make it more viable for development or not.
That's a fair answer. And my second question was around I guess it's more around staff welfare in the planning department, Chair, and that's we're having to pivot time and time again at the moment, and I have a concern around the workloads that are having to be pumped through that's new versus business as usual. There's still building going on, we're still having to use the planning staff, etc., just to do our business as usual, and we've got all this extra work on top of that. So can you give me some feel, just through your chair, if I could ask a question about the, I guess for want of a better word, the well-being and the ability and the capabilities of our staff to cope with this, and how long can that be sustained for? I just have a concern in that area.
Kia ora, Councillor Sayers. Good question, and I know that staff don't always like telling us they're under pressure, but I would say, in my experience on those floors, with the constant change the last 5 years under both governments, it's taking a huge toll. I get emails at weekends, nights, all sorts, trying to do submissions as well as, like you say, business as usual. The same people reviewing all those consents are the ones trying to change and react and probably train up their staff. But maybe Megan or Phil, if you want to comment within what you feel comfortable with in a public setting.
Sure. Thank you, and thanks for the question. It is, certainly for John, Louise and I, as leaders and our colleagues, it is uppermost in our mind in terms of our staff. It has been a very busy area, this area, for the last few years, and it is undergoing a change. So it is absolutely having an impact on the staff, whether it's the direct planning staff or the colleagues across the organisation that feed into all of this work. We are really conscious there are continued changes happening, and as John and Louise mentioned, the connections between the two bills and also the transitions, what might be happening in the next 3 to 5 years as we transition into a new regime, which we have a level of support for because we know there are problems with the current one. Nonetheless, all of that, if done poorly, and there is a likelihood that there will definitely be some difficult times, it could create enormous stresses and real imposition, I think, on us as a council and therefore as staff, our ability to then advise you. So I am very conscious of that. Staff do an amazing job, but it can be quite a difficult space, and I do anticipate that will continue for quite some time.
Megan, thank you for that answer. It's also the other side of the coin too is customer service, right? So being able to get back to the actual people that are expecting the services from us as well, and if potentially they could see, a slide potentially, in terms of our delivery to them as well. So that's the other side for Megan.
Yeah, look, we need to be really transparent if we could see that might be coming for whatever reason. So I think it's a fair call. No one would set out to kind of reduce our service levels, but if it becomes an issue, then obviously we do need to deal with that. Yep.
Yeah, and it's mentioned in the submission too, the broader tension between this trying to speed to maybe improve something for a developer or a property owner also reduces what the community, mana whenua, the neighbours might have as input, which then comes to us in our inboxes because people do currently expect a lot more of a say than under the current RMA allows. So it's always a tension for us to be dealing with. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. I don't know if it's a good submission or not, which says a lot more about me than you guys, of course. I tried to, analyse some of it, but, when you see things there like the inward bound, the inland boundary of a property that crosses a stream with a 1 kilometre something or other, and it should be multiplied by 5 times the mouth, I presume, of the river, you got me, why it's in there, I don't know, compared to the questions here today, which have surely we could have got it down to 100 pages, I would have been better off. So what I need to focus on is just some of the stuff in my area that's been rattling around because of this. So for instance, the Waitaki Ranges Heritage Area, we still have a rural-urban boundary in that area, correct? And does that rural-urban boundary match the boundary of the heritage area right now?
Through Chair, Councillor Turner, I think it largely does reflect it, but there may be some slight anomalies in parts. I don't think it's a strict mapping of the rural urban boundary with the ranges area, but in large parts of it they do align in the same place.
Okay, so we tend to talk about the Waitaki Ranges Heritage Area, bam, just like that, and yet it's quite a convoluted, multifaceted area, really. 17,000 hectares of regional parks, so we're not going to have any, cut by 1,000, death by 1,000 or 500 slashes there. It's got 17,000 hectares of private land, but of that it kind of divides up between the foothills and Titirangi and those bush living areas, which are a different sort of property. So where does the protection really come from? Is losing the rub the real worry that should be?
Maybe the risk we've identified specifically, which is why we've raised it in the submissions, is that removing the activity classes will have a bearing on how you give effect to the Waiteka Ranges legislation. And so what we're trying to signal here is that I don't think officials in Wellington have necessarily recognised the implications of just removing some of these activity classes and what focused impact that will have on the implementation of what's expected by the Waiteka Ranges Protection Bill. Or Act.
Okay. Would we not fix any of those problems we run into with our spatial plan? Could we not, once we've identified that some things from this process that the government's asking us to submit on have been sorted, we've then got time to do a spatial plan or some time, would that not be our ability to sort the issues we have, unforeseen issues that come along?
So staff have had a bit of a chat about removing controlled activity classes and what workarounds might be available to still give effect to the legislation for the Waiteka Ranges. So there are things that we're sort of looking at in terms of contingencies, what could happen. I guess what we really need to see is how central government takes this point on with the submission point that we're making here, which is still just simply to try and get them to acknowledge there are things here that you haven't seemingly looked at. Could you please, be clear as to making a decision that's actually going to take into account what the legislation for the Waiteka Ranges says and how it should be given effect to.
Just second to last question. So, but the Waiteka Ranges is very, as the word nuanced, it's quite subtle in the fact that it has achieved restricted intensification by without actually saying no intensification. Have we got other areas around the city where that complexity will be mixed up with this?
Well, the other area that's been identified is not recognition of the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park legislation as well. So there are a couple of examples where there is bespoke legislation that hasn't been really acknowledged by the staff involved in developing the bills. And I guess the question here is, can you please consider that, make a decision whatever way you want. But the point is that if you do that, it has certain implications for how we do give effect to, in the case of the Waitekaris, the expectations in the legislation for that area.
Okay, last question, and I kept, as I read through some of it, and kind of it triggered stuff in me as a consumer, and you kind of think to yourself, well, what's the driver of, what are they trying to fix here? So these compensations, particularly like we talk here about an SEA, I have been fighting for a lot of people and quite vocal about the cost of consents. And, I can quote one property where they got all their consents and they were about to have, I think it was one of the building companies, Lockwood or something, put the building on there, and then they found, oh no, you need a consent to cross a 1 metre SEA to get your power from the pole to the site. That cost $30,000. So these compensations, would I be right to say that they're a reaction to some of these situations?
I would not be surprised because, as we've talked about before, the framing of the regulatory relief provisions is somewhat with a presumption that it's to address negative impacts as opposed to recognising the positive benefits that some of the overlays or whatever might provide, or an SEA. And just to pick up on your point, yes, one of the options that would be available under the regulatory relief proposals is to address the issue of crossing a 1 metre SEA boundary, maybe reducing the consent fees, for example. So that would be something that could be considered in terms of the framing of this provision. Can I also just quickly take the opportunity to note on your Rivermouth example at the start of this conversation that some of the description that you outlined was the current situation, and what they're looking for is some pragmatic solutions to how Rivermouth definition is made. So whether it might be a river a bend in the river might be a more practical, or a bridge might be a more practical recognition of where a boundary is than maybe the salinity of where freshwater and seawater meets. So there are some aspects of the bill here, Councillor Turner, that are positive, and we've highlighted that those are good things. But equally, there are some things here that are really testing what the bills are trying, what are the problem definitions that this bill is, or bills are trying to address.
Thank you, I think.
Good, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thanks. And thanks for all your work on this. It is huge. And I've got sort of 3 questions. And the first goes to the discussion we were having earlier around the regulatory relief aspect. And, you know, I guess expanding on some of the points that my colleagues have already made about the quantum of the impact, financial impact, and how can we possibly measure that or give some size to that in the submission? And I think you've spoken really well to the limitations of that. I wanted to, I guess, ask a question around, obviously, you know, if there is going to be a cost to council from that regime, and it looks like there would be, that presents, is that correct, an unfunded mandate in terms of, you know, like we don't currently have a budget for it. Is that correct?
Well, that is correct. We don't currently budget for regulatory relief for matters in the unitary plan at present. So, yeah. Just one point to make. We do, for historic heritage, have a free resource consent service that's been in place. It goes back many years. So, you know, there is a free resource consent for the relatively small number of people looking to apply to modify heritage buildings. So I guess to that extent there is some allowance for that in our budget, but the broader notion of compensation relief, rates relief, cash payments, those sort of things the government's referring to, certainly there's no budget for that.
Okay.
Dave?
Yeah, maybe just a bit of a slight segue, but maybe answering that is that we obviously have grant programs for certain environmental outcomes. So it might be a case of, if you're sitting here around the council table, you might want to look at your budget and ask the question, do we use some of the money that might already be given under grants programs for some regulatory relief provisions if you're trying to balance the book. So there's a risk here about what incentives that provide to members around this kind of a committee as to what decisions they make. So I generally just endorse what John said, but I just wanted to let you know that there is these other ways that the council tries to achieve some of these outcomes, particularly in the environment space and in probably in the Maori space as well, sites of significance.
So is it fair to say then that without a budget line, and I mean, I don't think in terms of our process and our timelines and the timelines for this, we would be unlikely to be able to put a line in the annual plan budget. We might be able to for the long-term plan, but is what you're saying, Dave, that potentially there's some opportunity cost there too in the short term until we could have a specific budget line? Is that?
Yes, generally. I think the other point is that the bills envisage a regulatory framework being developed by the council. I believe it's not nationally.
So there's the cost of developing that framework as well.
So there's a cost of that framework being developed, and that would help. That would take time, and so, you know, thinking about when you might actually have an opportunity to introduce something into an LTP, for example, you might have to come up with a contingency number, and you get more certainty on that as time goes by and your framework's actually in place.
And that would be the same with the permitted activity registers as well? Yeah, that's unbudgeted, and we would need to find money to do that.
As it currently stands, yes, and I think, as I alluded to, the only way we would try and look at a workaround would be to ask our consent staff to use existing software. My view and the view of others is that's unlikely to be fit for purpose, right. And so it wouldn't be too long before staff would be asking the councillors, we might need to consider how this shortfall, as it were, is addressed.
Oh, so significant unfunded mandate there potentially. Well, yes. So with the regulatory relief, I wanted to explore a little bit more whether this potentially opens us up to a situation where people apply to develop knowing that they will be turned down because of protection for the purpose of getting regulatory relief.
I think there are a number of incentives here for people to play the system a bit. I think that hasn't really been, and I think it comes back to better defining what the right is that you think you might have.
Yeah.
And it goes to the Mayor's point earlier, what exactly are we actually talking about here in terms of what is the right that you might have? And what qualifications are considered reasonable to your exercise of your activities on your land? What is reasonable and what is significant impact? These are things that will be no doubt tested through the courts. So we do expect around the country, a number of council staff have observed that litigation is 100% expected.
So then is it fair to say that we probably need an increased budget for litigation as well?
I think it'd be fair to say there's a whole number of elements that, as we assess where they fall, we're going to have to look at the cost of implementation, and that goes across a range of the measures that are proposed.
Okay. And so the other thing was, and I think, Dave, your point to the Mayor's point around determining what the right is, the other issue I had was determining the value. Obviously, we do this revaluation process, right? That determines what the value is based on a range of measures looking at the current property in the market. But the value of development, if the protection did not exist, that is something that is far harder potentially to measure. There aren't necessarily the tools in place. So what would we do in terms of developing some kind of understanding of and I guess again we probably end up in litigation, at least to start with, around the impact of protection on value. And one of the things that's come up in the Plan Change 120 debate, John's very aware of this, is special character neighbourhoods where I have people who can see themselves selling in the next 2 or 3 years and would welcome the value uplift that they perceive they would get from being able to develop, say, to 6 stories. And then I have neighbours who want the value of their character property protected. We just don't know where those values are going to land. But in this case, we're potentially going to be asked to calculate a value if a protection did not exist. Am I making sense with that question? And how would we do that?
Thanks, Councillor Ferry. It's similar to the Mayor's point. It's so nebulous, difficult to pin down exactly what this relief might be. What's the baseline or benchmark that you start from in terms of your current property right? What does the restriction do to that? Is it loss just in property value or change in property value? Yeah. Or is it change in potential development, and what's the yield that you might be able to achieve if there wasn't a restriction? It's not defined in the bill. It's left to council to develop a framework, but there's a very clear set of criteria there that the framework must consider these things like loss in value, loss in, what is the constraint doing? So councils are left to come up with it, but it's open to, if we don't do it in a robust way, it's open to challenge through a planning tribunal, and that planning tribunal would ultimately make the decision about whether council is giving the right relief, enough relief, the right type of relief, or not. So, it's all very problematic in our view.
Okay, so more litigation again.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I had a question about something completely different. Tree protection. And I know we have got some stuff in there for tree protection, which is great. I just wanted to make the comment that this is probably the issue I have had most consistently raised with me since I was first elected in 2010. Concerns about tree protection, particularly subsequent after the changes made to the RMA. The contribution that trees make to the heat issue, bringing the heat down on the street, but also for individual properties. Do we feel that the bill, I know we have got some stuff in there about tree protection. Did you maybe just want to speak to that a little bit? Because I think that will be of interest to people about At the moment, there's not really anything proposed to continue tree protection, but we're saying there should be. Do you want to just speak to that briefly? Because I think that will be of interest.
Yes, there's nothing in the bills at the moment around tree protection. We have had discussion with Ministry for the Environment staff, and they did say something about, well, it can be covered under significant historic heritage, but we don't have anything concrete at the moment. We have raised it as an issue. There's 2 points. We're asking for specific provisions for protecting notable trees and groups of notable trees, and also an amendment to the significant historic heritage part, which will enable protection of heritage trees.
Thank you.
And we'll also raise it as a broader amenity, just in terms of how you look at quality urban or rural form. So we've covered it off in a number of different places throughout the submissions. Yeah, we'll just have to keep banging that drum, I think.
Great. Thanks very much.
Kia ora. And we've got 3 more questions, and we'll try and cut it off there, because we did have a long discussion at the workshop as well. So we've got Councillor Henderson. Sorry, 4 more questions. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of quickies, because it's quite a complex thing, but I just want to get a couple of things really clear, particularly for my constituents that have had concerns. There was an article in the paper recently claiming the reforms threaten the protection of the Waitakere Ranges heritage area. As a general statement, is that true, or what are your concerns around this in a general way that I can share with the public?
We genuinely think this was an oversight, because the previous bills that were repealed, the Natural Environment Bill, did refer to the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Act. So we've pointed it out in our submission.
That's wonderful. Yes, I noted several points in there you have, and thank you. I really appreciate that. I suppose that kind of covers my second question a little bit. I'll just throw it out there. If non-complying status is no longer a control, do you think this will affect the Heritage Area Act, or is it simply they just didn't think of it?
Yeah, so as we've highlighted, we are concerned that it is an oversight, but we also recognise in our analysis that removal of the non-complying activity status will have a bearing on giving effect to the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Protection Act.
Well, the good people of West Auckland, thank you for picking that up, and thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, online. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. I want, as others have done, to really acknowledge what an extraordinary amount of work has been undertaken by staff here. Some of my questions have already been answered, but I guess the question that I've got, and it's probably following on from that of the Deputy Mayor, along with Councillor Williamson, I had the experience of being in Parliament at the time of the introduction of the RMA, and then later chaired a committee, and that introduction was done by the then Minister, Simon Upton, who interestingly is now the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, so it'll be very interesting to read his submission on this. But what was very clear in the early inquiries that we had into the introduction of the RMA was unintended consequences. So I'm not wanting everyone to quantify all of the unfunded mandates and everything else, because I think that would be near impossible. But I'm particularly interested in out-of-sequence development. And along with a suggestion by the Deputy Mayor that there be some case studies or there be something to help. Often parliamentary legislation can be undertaken where not everybody, not all of the elected members understand the consequences. And I wondered, would there be any specific case studies that officers would like to highlight where there are out of sequence developments that have huge ramifications on infrastructure? That's my first question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, through the chair. We certainly have a number of those examples, so we can certainly go and talk to the team and see if we can pull together something useful to include in the submission, if that's the committee's desire, just to give the government some clear examples of where land has been rezoned without the infrastructure in place, and some of the challenges that causes, not just the council but also the landowners themselves, with gone through a process to have the land rezoned, all the expectations that go along with that, and 5, 10, 15 years down the line, they're still struggling because the infrastructure just isn't arriving. So, yeah, we've got some.
So, within that, you could come up with something where you can actually spell out exactly what the cost to Auckland Council was. So I'm appreciating you can't do it across the board, but you can potentially within a couple of case studies. And I know the pressure you've been under to get the submission to the point that it is, and I really appreciate the work. But is there anything that springs to mind immediately?
Councillor Fletcher, I might just chip in and just note that our planning colleagues have provided advice directly to officials so far, I believe, but John, we can certainly look at what has been collated already, and maybe we can throw in a couple of examples to illustrate this point.
I would really appreciate that, and I think it will give some substance to our submission. It does annoy me at times that we're not forceful enough at pushing back at government. Plan Change 120 springs to mind. The second question I've got is, what is likely going to be the consequence of a response from government on Plan Change 120 with so much of this currently in the air? We don't know where it's finally going to land. Do you want to make a comment on that?
Oh, through the chair, I'm happy to take that. Councillor Fletcher, as you know, the government has announced that they want to make some changes, but that's all we know at the moment. So the best we can do is obviously continue to try and understand what that might look like. But ultimately, this comes to this whole transition issue between everything we're doing now, including Plan Change 120, and what comes once these bills become law, and once the new transition provisions come in, and to try and kind of make it all align. At the moment, it's not aligned. So look, I think my honest answer at the moment is it all feels all very tangled, and I'm very unclear about what it all looks like. But we are progressing on with Plan Change 120, knowing the government wants to do something at some point, and we'll try and find out what that is. And we know that it will get a bit sticky, I think, later in the year, when the bills come through through Parliament into Acts, and we'd have to work out what that looks like. So I'm sorry, it's a little bit of an unclear answer, but it's quite tricky.
I appreciate that, Megan. Is it your intention to try and put forward a paper at some stage that is a specific agenda item where we can talk about a lot of these balls in the air, so to speak, and Plan Change 120? Is that something for a future committee?
Look, through the chair, really happy to talk with the chair about that. I think at some point a conversation would be really helpful. I'm just trying to figure out when that time might be once we know something. But thank you, that's great. I'll talk to the chair.
Yeah. I would appreciate that. Now, you touched before on the Hauraki Golf Marine Park. Dave, I think, did. Could you speak further to that? Because that's something dear to my heart, and I just don't, again, believe that there is an understanding of the interrelationship of these changes and the omission of understanding of that. Is there an ability to speak further to that?
Yeah, I think it's really an acknowledgement that we have sort of bespoke pieces of legislation that haven't really been picked up through these bills. And so we're trying to highlight that the provisions in those bills need to be recognised and appropriately integrated into the thinking. So in terms of the Hauraki Gulf and in fact any coastal marine area, we really need to see some clearer articulation of how the goals and objectives in the case of the Hauraki Gulf Marine Protection or the Marine Park Act are given effect to through these new bills, and that's what we're required to do under the RMA. But you could argue, well, we're probably having some trouble articulating how well we're doing there. But I think what I'd be keen to see is that there's some sort of acknowledgement that is an omission and that they do need to be recognised, and that the objectives that you have already in the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park Act need to be somehow articulated through these new bills. So there is an integration question there, Councillor Fletcher, that we need to highlight with government.
I think that's very helpful, but I wonder again, rather than just it being a technical matter that we're drawing attention to that omission, whether there's anything you could use, again, to highlight in a visual sense of an issue that might be dear to the government and the impact that it might have. I mean, I'm just trying to think of all of the many issues that we have running in the area of the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park at the moment, whether it's Kalupa or whatever, whether it's what and why they should have been given consideration to that. Is there anything specific you can think of that could be included?
Yes, I've just seen one of my colleagues just point out that there's some nuances that we need to see in these new bills as it reflects, as it advances, for example, setbacks, coastal setbacks, for example, for development. So there are some things that we can highlight that would, in a more practical sense, sort of show the value of, the provisions we do have in the AUP, which is trying to recognise, the objectives of the Marine Park Act. But I do agree also holistically, that we can clearly articulate, and maybe it's not in the submission immediately, but we can do it through a select committee presentation, slide or something. We can make a particular point of highlighting that particular outcome and show why it's important.
Thank you very much for that, Chair. I don't need to speak to the agenda item, but again, I just want to reiterate my support for staff. This is a really huge piece of work and a really complex one, and I think they've done justice to it. But it's going to be a work in progress, I suspect, because it's just such an enormous undertaking.
Thank you, Councillor. And yes, we will, as soon as we know from the government, I think as the Mayor said yesterday, the ministers and Prime Minister weren't necessarily all on the same page with 120, so we don't necessarily know anything much yet, but as soon as we do, we will highlight that. I've also highlighted to the Minister and others that are we a special case on the other side of this legislation, because we will end up going back into plans again. So once again, they need to maybe look for the Auckland nuance as opposed to constantly assuming we are the same. So we will hopefully find something out soon. Right, the last two questions, and we'll really need to close it off there. Councillor Gillen and then Councillor Newman.
Cool, thank you, Mr. Chair. And like everyone else, I'd like to thank you for the robust draft submissions that you've put forward. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I've got three things to go through. But first of all, could you just go through what the main concerns or themes that came through from the local boards and what may have been incorporated into these draft submissions?
So the local board feedback was quite consistent. It was based on some questions that we sent out to all the local boards, and we sort of asked a couple of questions for the planning bill, a couple of questions for the natural environment bill, and we had some cross-cutting issues at the top of the survey form. And so there was about 8 or 10 questions roughly. But they were basically agreeing with concern about local voice. When I say local voice, I probably mean at a council level as well. But clearly, if you go with a highly standardised approach to plan making, where a lot of the decisions are made sort of through a Wellington process, you have less opportunity to give effect to what your community is looking to achieve at a local scale. So that's a pretty clear message. Pretty broad agreement on some of the concerns around Maori in terms of how that's expressed and how we should give effect to the treaty, and obviously the how Maori outcomes are best expressed through the council and its relationship. And what else, Karen, have I met as other obvious ones?
A lot of concerns around amenity and urban design considerations being removed, weakened environmental protections, and the need for plans to include provisions that respond to local circumstances. In other words, the need for local flexibility.
And opposition to regulatory relief as a concept was the other thing I could just immediately think of. So I think, so maybe what I observe is that there's a lot of commonality between the views of the local boards, which we've taken those themes and put them into the submissions. And so that's integrated. And it's pretty common with what the staff were thinking. So it's all coming together nicely in that respect.
That's good. Thank you for that. My next one is the submissions talk about not supporting the removal of the non-complying activity class. This is actually one of the things I was quite pleased to see, because in my limited experience at going to hearing commissioners will they'll say, well, it's not prohibited, therefore we can do it, even though it's non-compliant. So in my view, non-compliant doesn't actually send a signal that things don't comply and shouldn't happen. It's actually just a small barrier that can easily be overcome because it's not prohibited, and that we should actually be saying whether things are prohibited or allowed. So do you want to comment on that, about why you think that we shouldn't, why you think that we should still have non-compliant?
Thank you, Councillor Gillen, through the chair. What we're really saying is that there are some places in Auckland, or some situations, where it's still justified. It's a useful tool, but broadly speaking, there's probably agreement with what you're saying, in that we think 4 activity classes permitted, restricted discretionary, full discretionary, or prohibited, it is reasonably workable nationally and in Auckland. But just looking at things like the Waitakere Rangers Heritage Area Act, there's some things in there that really would steer much more towards somewhere in between prohibited and full discretionary, i.e. non-complying, and in some cases controlled. So that's the emphasis in the draft submission, as I understand it, the way it's written, but we can look at that again. It's not saying that we need all 6 classes, no change. It's saying that there are some unique scenarios where there potentially is a role for something like non-complying.
Can I just, just to add on. Sometimes sometimes commissioners do see it as a signal to give it a higher test, obviously. So I'm sort of countering your view. It's not always the case that commissioners will, just try and work their way around it. So I just think it's, what we've picked up, I guess, in our analysis is it just needs a bit more thinking about how this is approached. And I think we are less concerned with controlled activity being lost, but probably more concerned with non-complying at this point, probably largely because the Waitakere Rangers has been a quite bespoke area that would actually have an issue for us as a council.
Okay, thank you for that. My last one is that comments around the table and the thrust of the submissions is pretty much opposed to what's going through. I know there are some areas that we agree in and that, but on the whole, it does seem to be that we are opposing the bills, or raising concerns about quite a large number of the points in there. So do you have a view on whether we actually should be a bit tougher and say, well, actually we oppose these bills, but if you're going to proceed, then you really need to consider this, and this. Whereas when I read it at the moment, it's more of a, we support the thrust, but here are our concerns. And that also goes through to the proposed resolution here, where we're actually just approving it, whereas I would prefer that we actually said, no, we oppose, but here's our submission, and here are the points where you can make some improvements.
Yeah, well, obviously we take the feedback and direction from the committee. We have tried to acknowledge that there are some areas that we do support, and certainly in terms of the intention, but also strongly raised where the concerns are as well. So I suppose it's about just getting the balance right there in terms of the submission. Certainly the extensive, we've done both a thematic analysis and a clause-by-clause analysis. So where possible, you know, have said where things would need to improve or where we strongly oppose that. So I think we've been quite explicit in those areas, but obviously steer from the committee as well.
Kia ora, Councillor. And last question, Councillor Newman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just coming back, I want to come to the planning, but look, there's aspects of these bills that I do support. So, for me personally, I want to put in a submission that reflects the different arguments that we need to reflect here. But the concern that I have with the limit on the submission on the planning bill goes to the regulatory relief, and some of the issues have been touched on by Councillor Ferry. That's the only statute that I'm aware of at the moment that has a mechanism for quantifying compensation for loss of value, and that relates in relation to the taking of land, which is effectively the process is, well, there'll be a evaluation done at the time by parties, and that will inform the quantum of the compensation to be paid. I think that the bill needs to reflect that that's how the PWA works, but absent any direction from Parliament on this, I mean, I agree with Councillor Ferry. I have no idea how this will work. Is there any example of overseas jurisdictions where they have a methodology for quantifying the opportunity cost and what that would be, and does that get quantified at the drafting of a 10-year plan, a 30-year plan, or does that have to get quantified at the time that you know, some sort of planning framework says, well, thou shalt not develop here? I mean, is there anything that we have that we could point to? Because I think that the submission needs to point to the fact that the PWA provides prescription for how this works in relation to the taking of land, and that is an evaluation done at the time that the land is required. But there's nothing here to provide direction as to how you would quantify the opportunity cost, when you would quantify that cost, and the last point is how you would fund that cost. Does it come in the form of a slush fund of the 10-year plan, or is it going to be funded through an insurance scheme, or how does that get done? But those are the points that I think the submission does need to reflect. Thank you. I assume we have no examples of overseas jurisdiction where the opportunity cost is calculated?
Thanks. Through the chair, yeah, we've had a little conversation here. Certainly, you know, systems like, you know, the States and Australia, UK, other planning systems that have some similarity to our own system, we're not aware of a similar regulatory relief framework. You know, many councils choose to provide things like reduced application fees for planning approvals, that kind of thing. Possibly in the USA, we think there might be some places in the States where they have a framework like this, but no, we're not aware of any examples.
Can I just also observe that doing a valuation under the Public Works Act is a lot more simpler, inverted commas, way to give a value to a bit of land than the kinds of things that have been contemplated in the regulatory relief package here. How do you put a value on sites of significance to Maori? How do you put a value on some of the significant ecological areas that may vary as well? So the framework for regulatory relief will need a lot more work, both in central government and also by councils, in terms of how that's developed. which I think is only picking up on your point that this is a bit of a difficult area in terms of having this introduced into a bill without necessarily understanding the machinery of how this would work. So,
yeah, I couldn't find anything that's similar, and I think it will be values judgments. If you look at special character, for instance, there will be a number of people who want special character in their area, but there may be property owners or homeowners within a special character area that are able to prove that we are keeping their developability way down, and it only takes one court action to then suddenly we are having to pay out people in a special character area millions because they cannot develop to the height, maybe in Ponsonby or somewhere like that. So it becomes an interesting argument if we're having to make just cost-based decisions. Right, we are done. There was a lot of good questions, a lot of good information. Thank you to the team. Now we will update where we can through those conversations, but because this is due on Friday, we will need a quick turnaround. So I've spoken to Haukura members around that. Probably Thursday we will need to update any of those minor changes and kind of approve it on Thursday because it needs to be in by Friday. So myself and Councillor Ferry and the appointed Haukura member will get to you via email. So we will do our best to come back quickly. So kia ora. I'm not sure there is a debate on this. I think we've got Councillor Lee. I'll let you lead off. Kia ora.
I'd just like to make some comments rather than ask questions. Go now.
Perfect, absolutely.
Yes, well, I support the submissions in general, not everything, of course. But I do question the statement, rather bold statement. The council agrees Resource Management Act is no longer fit for purpose. If that's true, when did that happen? Because if I recall, only a few weeks ago, we approved the notification of Plan Change 120, and that sparked off over 10,000, according to the submissions from obviously anxious Aucklanders. So, and there's a lot of cost imposed on the community with this sort of thing. So I'd be very careful about saying the RMO is no longer fit for purpose, yet we've got the people of Auckland to produce 10,000 submissions in defence of their property values in essence. I'd be careful about that one. Again, another small point, but I think it's quite important if we are kind of reading the room nationally. The mihi mihi, the English translation of which talks about Auckland, loved by so many people, the envy of thousands. And we send that down to Wellington to be read by MPs from Central Otago or South Canterbury or the far north. And to be honest with you, it doesn't go down that well, that kind of bragging approach to Auckland. You know, Auckland has major problems, we know about that, and a lot of people don't envy Auckland right now. So I think we need to be a little bit careful here the way we promote ourselves. As I say, most of the points made are reasonable, that this is a paradigm shift. At first sounds like more hyperbole coming from the Auckland Council, but actually, when you think about it, it is right that the government is so explicit in wanting to control virtually everything. It's been going on for years, of course. The unitary plan was essentially pushed through by the central government at the time, and then we saw the last government push through MDRS, which ended up in Plan Change 78, and so on. So that tendency's been going for a while. What I find interesting at our submission when it comes to spatial planning, spatial plan is going to be opposed everywhere, but our submission seems to neglect the fact that under, I think it's Section 79 and Section 80 of the Local Government Auckland Council Amendment Act, a spatial plan is imposed by the central government on the Auckland region. And we've had 2 iterations of that, the last one being the Auckland Plan 2050. There's no real reference I can see about that. I would have thought one could make the point, well, we've got a really good spatial plan and we've already done that. And that was began 17 years ago, so it's not new for Auckland, but it's almost like that the spatial plan for Auckland, as it's really called, doesn't actually exist. And of course, it does for whatever one would think about it. But it doesn't seem to be mentioned, which is kind of curious. Another glaring omission, I think, there's a lot of emphasis on Maori interests, not much about public interest in general. I don't think I couldn't see the word at all, or the public's or individual householders' property rights. The property rights issues seems to be the property rights of developers to maximise their profits from their properties, but there's no real concern about our ratepayers, individual ratepayers who provide the bulk of the money for this council and local government across New Zealand, nor indeed the rights for people to have a say. Now, we've kind of said the right things about that glaring weakness in the legislation, but we kind of neglect that less than 1% of our resource consents, hundreds of resource consents, enable public notification. So perhaps that's why we're not talking about it. We can't really criticise the government when we are probably, of all the councils in New Zealand, the most restrictive on allowing people to have a say over resource management issues. They are the concerns I see. I would agree with the points made about natural character need not necessarily be high, and historic heritage need not be significant. And I agree the council is right to make the argument about protecting visual amenity and sunlight and so on. But one wonders where the staff have been reading some of the 10,000 submissions from ticked off Aucklanders about the 50-metre towers being imposed on special character areas, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. And just to make sure we did, from the comments, your comments at the workshop, Dave Allen made sure that your thoughts were added around households and their rights and private property rights. So it was definitely added after your suggestion at the workshop. So kia ora. Was there no more comments? Right, oh, sorry, Councillor Philippine.
Tēnā ka hea mana, I ended up putting it on resolve, so I don't know what happened there. Just to our staff, it'd be short and sweet because I think we have lunch after this. Yeah?
We're going to go try and get through the
okay.
couple.
Okay, well then I'll just lose a little bit more
We'll have
until we finish the agenda. Just to our staff, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, thank you for the submission. I do have concerns which have been raised by staff, but for me this is just going to be short and sweet. I have total faith in both the chair and deputy chair in regards to any submissions to the select committee to air the concerns that have been put in front of us, in particular from my perspective anyway, for the planning. And I think for me is reduced opportunity for plan input. So I'm assuming, Chair, that you and the Deputy Chair will end up focusing on the concerns that we have in front of us, in particular reduced voice for Māori and communities which was highlighted by Councillor Lee. So I look forward to that. I want to compliment the staff again in regards to the submission around Māori interest in the Treaty of Waitangi. The points in there was valid. If I then go to the next sheet or PowerPoint presentation on concerns, the highlight for me, and I know you'll be putting those in front of the Select Committee, is the lack of ability to protect, enhance and restore degraded natural environment. So I look forward not only to the submission going through to the Select Committee, but more importantly, I think yourself and the Deputy Chair putting your comments to the Select Committee. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor, yes, we've already signed up to ensure we do have a speaking opportunity. Kia ora. Mayor Brown.
Quick one. I found myself in agreement with Councillor Lee's statement that the fact that the Resource Management Act is completely worthless and useless is a bit of an overstatement. One of the things that's driving the government on this is the feeling that councils are holding everything up. There are 9,500 approved resource consents currently in Auckland that no one's using. And that's the state of the economy, not the resource consent. And I've found, having got quite a lot of resource consents myself, actually reading the RMA and understanding it, it's not that bad to get through. I've got them through for even things like timber treatment plants. And so I think it's perceived as a villain, but it's not that bad. I found it quite good. Yeah, just because other people don't read it and bother to find out what they've got to do. If you bother to find out what to do, it gives you a commercial advantage over the people who don't bother to read out what the thing is. So I think we should comment on the changes that they've got, but I think the statement that it's beyond its use is an overstatement, and Councillor Lee's right in that regard. Otherwise, it's suggesting that everything we've done in the last 20 years is a complete waste of time, but most of it wasn't. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mayor. Thank you. And just speak only very briefly. Yes, in my experience, when we are too strong in the language around this table, like the Treaty Principles Bill or the Local Government Act amendment changes, which we put up opposed, people don't quite like us being opposed. So have tried to take everyone's views and see that there are positives and that we're working with government. But please feel free to be stronger if you want. But it's the case, as Councillor Newman said, trying to balance everyone's views around this table and get strong opposition to the parts we oppose, as well as there are ways to improve the system clearly. But I take the Mayor's point that he believes as an applicant, in this case, that actually it's not always as cumbersome as is said. But I think the submission is clear. We'll speak to the Select Committee. I think there are some clear negative effects on environment, negative effects on community engagement, negative effects on the complete change. This bill is the Treaty Principles Bill in undercover, I guess, by stealth, because it actually completely changes the relationship with mana whenua and te tiriti that was promised not to happen through the ending of the Treaty Principles Bill. So although it's strong on settlement, it completely removes Māori say over natural resources and water and the environment, and something that has been in place for decades and decades and decades, and I think has only improved outcomes for our city. So we do need to watch that. But I think there is a lot in here. We've tried to balance everyone's views, and I acknowledge the staff for that, and we will send around and share our submission when we speak to it. And thank you. All those in favour? Any opposed? Perfect. Thank you very much. Oh, that was carried unanimously. We will have a 5-minute break. We will try and do the 2 plan changes and then come back after, then have a lunch break then. But let's just have a 5-minute break now, come back and then aim for lunch at 1. Kia ora. Right, we have 8.2, plan change to enable built form review and realignment of public open space and council-owned development sites within the Wynyard precinct. Something has been a lot of work behind over time, but this is the sort of the starting of a process. So I think we'll have John, Councillor Baker has moved. I'm happy to second. John will lead off, and then we have Sarah, Panjama, and Fiona. I think that's who I've got listed. But
All right, kia ora koutou. Back again. So, Wynyard Precinct plan change, the team will speak to it in a little bit of detail. It's really we think it's a timely opportunity to look at the height and other controls that apply at Wynyard Quarter. We have the other main landowner at Wynyard, Violet Harbour Holdings. They have lodged and had a private plan change accepted for the first couple of blocks of Wynyard back from Fanshawe Street. So this would predominantly be looking at the area to the north of that. A lot has happened at Wynyard, as we all know, since the planning controls went through roughly 15 years ago. We think there may be some opportunity for some changes to the height controls to be a bit more enabling of development on the council land. And there is an issue to do with the height controls that apply around the Headland Park or Te Ara Tukutuku in the northern area, that we think there's a better solution for height controls there. So it's really just to seek your endorsement to proceed with initiating a plan change. We will look to bring this back to committee, subject to discussions with the Chair and Deputy Chair, for a workshop before bringing the detail of the plan change back to committee for approval to notify. So hand over to Panjama at this point.
Kia ora. I just have a few slides for the presentation to show the context of the plan change. So looking at the Wynyard Precinct plan, there are sites that belong to councils that we would be reviewing the building form and building height and build form. So the site, starting from site 1, that is the existing car park. And on the left opposite site 1, that is the site that is subject to a fast-track resource consent application for apartments and mixed use, but that is the resource consent application. The plan change would not review the height and build form on this site. So as John mentioned, south of Pakenham Street West, that is VHHL, Viaduct Harbour Holdings private plan change area. So the site that we're going to review under this plan change is shown in pink. So site 1 is the car parking site. Site 2 is Sanford's site. Site number 3 is at the corner of Dodie Street and Pakenham Street West. And site 4 is for Wynyard Central. So the next slide, please.
all right, if we could, is it okay to keep mentioning the ABs, the lettered areas, just to show it's easier? So we're mostly talking about F, Mayor.
So this is, so the letter F is the sub-precinct plan of the Auckland Unitary Plan of the Wynyard Precinct. So it doesn't relate to, you know, the size that we're talking about for the build form review. So this is the Wynyard point that we are going to review the build form for the Wynyard Precinct, of the Wynyard point. Showing on the left is an existing alignment of development sites. So that's the existing unitary plan. And showing on the right is the proposed alignment of development site and open space. And the proposed alignment was endorsed by the Planning Committee in 2017. It's just to give the context. So
Just to quickly jump in there, so the overall size of the open space is pretty much the same. It's just a slight reshaping of the open space to achieve a better outcome in terms of development and open space and how they relate to each other.
It's slightly increased. The existing open space is about 4.4 hectares, and after the alignment, the open space would be about 5 hectares. So that's the end of the slide for the presentation. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. And my understanding of the increase is largely due to the consolidation of the built form, so it was kind of separated and now it's kind of moved.
That's correct.
Cool. So, questions first to the Mayor.
Okay. This is another one of these ones that was all set up in 2017, which is 9 years ago, and it's beyond the statute of limitations, actually. And we seem to have had a lot of things that seem to have cropped up. I don't know what the drugs were everybody was on in 2017. But we just sold a very valuable site for way less than it was worth on the basis it was approved in 2017. And so, and things have changed. And you've got a picture up there which shows a new Headland Park smaller than what you've got here. And then you've got that other bit that you just went before. On the left-hand side, you showed bits and pieces. I think this is an approval to change, to apply to very, it's just applying to very what's the wordings in here? And also plan change being prepared. So in other words, it's not actually approving a plan change, it's just saying you can have a plan change. Well, I think we should do that, but I don't think something that was decided in 2017 shouldn't have that much influence in what we're doing now. It should be, it's now actually 2026 for those who haven't noticed, and there is quite a different view about a lot of things. And so also we've had several completely ineffective years from Iki Panuku dithering around with what they're going to do with harbour spaces. We've had a tragically bad sale of the North Wharf based on approval from 2017. And so I don't want to have 2017 wrecking the future any more than it already has done. And so as long as it's an approval to do a planning change, which you'll come back and ask us what you want from that, because we have a great big unfunded, grossly excessive public park down there, which will never be paid for or built. We've got another group that want to build a Noah's Ark down there for some reason or other. And we've got a city which is moving to intensification, better use of the value of the land, parks in amongst mixed uses, and a completely different way of thinking about things. And so, happy to do that you do a plan change, you propose to do a plan change, but not happy that it has anything to do with those pictures you showed up before there. Fresh thinking, please. That's what, because one of the things I stood on was better use of the harbour interface, and we want better use of the harbour interface than unfunded huge parks. We want parks are great, but they parks fit well in amongst other activities. And you don't just have a whole bunch of buildings in a park. That's what we got at Avondale Racecourse, and you can walk out to the middle of Avondale Racecourse and you can be on your own for hours. But we want to have some sort of a life-giving edge to the harbour. And we're going to get some external advice from other places that have done it well, even if I've got to pay for it, because we've had nothing back from Iki Panuku that's even worth a pot full of cold water, really. And so we've got to get something better than this. So I support the move to have to redo it, but times have changed. So can we have a discussion about what we're going to do before you launch into too much public space of it? I know that there are people here who loved the unfunded park, but that's kind of like Stockholm syndrome. We all love something when we haven't got anything, but that doesn't mean to say that it was the best solution for it. And so we've also got to think about what we're going to do with the other wharf spaces. So it's not just in isolation. We've also got, what are we going to do with the cloud? Because yesterday I was presented with something or other saying, first of all, that we're going to have to have a resource consent to do the cloud. Then we didn't need it. Then all of a sudden we asked that we don't need a resource consent for the cloud, but we need a building consent for the cloud. We need a building consent. So we're looking at the building consent, and they say, we'll have to spend $3.5 million to give it another 5 years, which is $750,000 a year. It doesn't, in order to get $750,000 a year, that's net, you'd have to have something that's going to spend $1.5 million a year to make it worthwhile, and there's nothing like that down there. So we have to start thinking, what is the value then? What is the value of what we've got there? Do we have to do all this stuff? Do we have to cover the plastic again? It's not leaking, but there's a lot of bad thinking going along around the edge of the harbour, and from the AUDO people and other former refugees from Ikipanuku, so we need to have some fresh thinking about all of the edge of the harbour, everywhere. And this might be a place where you might even have another swimming pool, for all I know. There's a huge demand from those. I've got people from all over, from Manukau Harbour. I've got them out from your way, wanting one. I've got them from right up the head of the harbour, up there by near the Whenuapai Airport.
Yeah, I think
it's part of a big thing.
Yeah.
So that's just what I'm wanting. I support the idea you're going to go for a planning thing. Fresh thinking is what we need. Thank you.
Yeah, I did have some Mayor questions on this too. I think it is worth, we will have, working with the Mayor's Office, Central Wharves and the planning coming back for a relook. So if this will be part of that discussion, but I do think, Mayor, I do think that the team are working based on only the consultation only completed last year for the public, who are very supportive of the first green space in the city centre in 100 years. So we will need to think about how this committee and working with you looks at what is and isn't possible here. So can this concurrently happen? Can your work for a plan change happen concurrently at the same time if we're re-looking at what may or may not go down here, or is it chicken and egg now?
Yeah, Chair, they would absolutely have to work together. Thoughts about what might happen on the headland area with the planning provisions in the unitary plan, we have to bring those together. So, yeah, certainly my department together with AUDO will be working closely together on those two issues. Yep. And certainly hear your comments, Mayor, about the fresh thinking being brought to this.
Thank you. And that is, Mayor, in the work program that, led by your office, how we start the Central Wharves future, and I guess including Te Aro Tukutuku or the Wynyard Point designs.
Slight subsequent to that, though, when you said that there's a great deal of support, if you draw a plan with a whole lot of park and people walking around, everyone's going to love it. But we've got to say, we're going to pay for this somehow or other. We've got a rates cap coming. You can't put your rates up to pay for this. If we can have on the other hand something like what they did in Puerto Madero, where partial land sales fund the park, so you get a properly finished park, and you get some buildings there that reflect the former uses somehow or other in the architecture, and provide additional people living there and playing there and eating there and doing all these things, and you get the whole thing. You don't just get plonked down a park and say, oh, your rates are going to have to pay for this, because we never ask, how do we fund things? Okay?
Yeah. Part of it is that development is going to pay for a chunk of it. But go to Councillor Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
Of starvation, but anyway. So this, my understanding here, this has to go to the Minister for approval, right? So my first question is, what do we know, if anything, about the Minister's attitude towards the plan change? In other words, what's the risk of this could all be for nothing?
Through the Chair, we've started the discussion with the officials, but they haven't been able to confirm what their advice would be on this one. What they have said is that if this is going to be more enabling of development, sort of raising height limits on some of the development sites, then that would align with where Minister Government's thinking is in terms of allowing certain plan changes to proceed and others to be stopped. So they're signalling that there's potentially alignment, but they couldn't confirm that before the meeting.
Okay, could you expand a bit on what's in the report around the risk of not doing this?
I suppose there are some opportunities for development on the council-owned land holdings that the height limits might be too restrictive. So there's a risk that we, as council, partner with a developer, have a transaction with the developer that's not getting the full potential of that site. So we think that there's that risk there of underutilising some of the land for development. That's probably the biggest risk. Lost opportunity cost. Yep.
I think my other next question is, what are the risks in terms of the existing residents down at Wynyard? I know we're starting a plan change, and I do support that, by the way. But I'm just saying, you know, what is the steps that we start talking about to existing people down there? Because I think there was a story about in the media about them being really worried about the precinct and Orams Marines plans. You know, that they were very high, etc., and the impact on the existing people. So, how are we going to mitigate that? How are we going to manage that? Going forward, or are you saying this is exactly what we should be doing and just box on?
We haven't thought through the detail of any engagement, consultation with stakeholders, landowners, but there would certainly have to be some form of engagement before we put the plan change out for submissions. So we would look to engage with resident groups as part of developing the plan. Once the committee has given us a bit of a steer as to what the plan change should look like, we could then engage and get that feedback from the residents in the area.
Finally, Chair, just to make it simple, so this is really just you're asking our support for the starting of a process.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor, and although some of it will change, but before even people lived down here, the master plan did always propose open space and development and homes down here, which would help pay for the public space. Member Blair.
Through the chair. Thank you. I do have it on good authority that Ngāti Whātua are not wedded to Te Ara Tukutuku for that area. But my question is, how will Council consider the recent direction provided by the courts for engagement with tangata whenua in this area?
Thanks, Chair. Naramu, Member Blair. It is a difficult space for Council. We are continuing to navigate the issue of engagement with iwi, hapu around waterfront in particular. I'll be honest, I don't have an answer to that specifically right now, but we take the point and we will be doing our best to engage in a way that is lawful and respectful. Lawfully, yeah.
Kia ora. Any other questions? Councillor Watson and then Councillor Lee.
Yeah, I'm just struggling a bit to get a sense of what's changing from that 2017 visual, which made much play about the green link, open space link down to Victoria Park. So does that remain from the headland that's on the left of through the centre of the buildings? Does that remain unaffected by this all the way through to the headland itself?
Through the chair and really to the Mayor's questions and points, and Deputy Mayor as well, we're looking to commence the process and review as many aspects as possible. So we're not necessarily saying that the plan change would reflect the image that you're seeing on screen there. That is a starting point, but as the Mayor pointed out, that's a 2017 decision direction. So the plan change itself would look at whether that or some other scenario is the best in terms of the arrangement of open space, development sites and the overall heights that are enabled.
Okay, so we don't know what you're going to come back with then.
Yeah, it's a starter, but we don't know at this stage
Okay,
exactly what we'll be
that
bringing
was
back.
quite a big. That was a big play was made of that, and all the documentation was. So, I guess what I'm asking is those main features remaining unchanged, or are they up for grabs too? These kind of open space lineal link.
Through the chair, that's exactly what we'll be bringing back to the committee for a discussion. I think this would warrant at least one chair, if not a couple of workshops before we actually have a draft plan change.
Okay, as far as the height, so you've signalled you want to increase the height all through here. What's the current? What was the envisaged height in terms of stories, and what would be the scope of potential change?
The heights on William Point are, through the chair, 27 meters, and we're looking to review the heights to see how high or what is the building form that complements the park and the coastal edge.
Yeah. Okay, so sorry, what did you say, 27 metres?
27 meters flat, yes.
Yeah, how many stories does that equate to?
Yeah, seven.
Seven. Okay, seven stories as it is, and so that height change would go for the whole block. Then there's nothing distinctive about the bit that adjoins the actual headland itself. There's nothing particularly protected about that, and I say that because that's a kind of westerly aspect, isn't it?
That's correct.
It's kind of looking to the west, so you get the later evening sun around the year. So that 27 metres goes for all those blocks, and we'll be looking to increase them.
The idea is to have an interface with the park that manages the coastal, the park, and the built form aspects. So it might not all be 27. It might go down a little bit before it goes up. So we just need to work out the built form.
Yeah. Okay. And the notion of height, increase and consolidation, that comes to us via what potential developers are saying. Is that why? What essentially prompts this, other than the fact that there's been a passage of time just through the inertia of the council, really, through nothing else?
Through the chair, we'll be looking at urban design and landscape expertise feeding into an analysis of what if any, changes there should be to the height to bring that back to you. For the first two blocks, as you saw, Violet Harbour Holdings have put forward a private plan change. That has been accepted. They have agreed to put that on hold to see whether the council's work may influence their plan change. But they are seeking it for the first two blocks of Wynyard Point from Fanshawe Street heading north, fairly significant increases in height on some of their land holdings, but not all of them. And so with the passage of time, you've had resource consents granted that have been slightly over the baseline height limit. You've got Violet Harbour Holdings with its private plan change. You've got some thinking around changes to the alignment of the headland park. With all of that going on, we're just signalling that it's timely to do a stock take of heights as a whole. We think there may be some opportunities for height increases, but there may not. So it's just a little bit too soon for us to say specifically on which parts of the Wynyard Point, public and private land, we think there should be increases in height or reductions, but we think there's definitely a case for a full review given all that's happened over time.
And sorry, you said urban design, and obviously there'll be open space expertise brought into this
absolutely. Open space expertise, landscape expertise, urban design, planning, to frame up something to bring back to the committee.
Okay, and when is it envisaged that may or may not come back to us?
We're hopeful that we'd get to the point of having a plan change by middle of the year, ready for notification. So that would mean probably in the next 2 to 4 months, bringing something back to committee for workshop time.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the 27 metres is current height, right? So then it would be up or down from that. Councillor Lee.
Yes, staff would be aware that there has been concerns from residents in the quarter. The original concept for developing the Wynyard Quarter was for a special, different sort of area from some of the new developments we've seen, for instance, Key Park or whatever, and height and moderate height was an important consideration. At the time, there was the general view inside the council and in the community that the Wynyard Quarter shouldn't be a high-rise area, but it should keep its special, if you like, atmosphere and amenity, and therefore new buildings shouldn't be over height. And of course, the pressure has come on, as it would naturally would, from Viaduct Harbour Holdings, who own a section of that to the south, for more and more and more height. And so my concern here is a real lack of detail about the background. I've had no briefing. It's an important part of my ward, no briefing whatsoever. I've passed on concerns from residents like Michelle Bogue and never had a response back from the planning department. I don't know whether they contacted her separately, who knows. But anyway, I am concerned about the diagram, because the diagram there is quite misleading. When you look at the Headland Park area, it seems like development has marched significantly up the peninsula of reclamation from what we've long agreed on, and that what we've agreed on essentially seems to be way more proportionate here. If you look at that squares of white buildings there, it looks like that's not an accurate depiction, and so one hope that the planners are not thinking of a development proportion as opposed to open space as set out in that particular diagram, but rather in this diagram. So could that be, is that an optical illusion or a poorly constructed graphic?
So I guess it's a bit confusing. The image up there was the kind of approved vision back in 2017.
Well, no, this is the one here. It's quite a different proportion.
Yep.
So that seems to be up here. The development seems to have marched right up here to. So it may be that's just an optical illusion or bad design, but I'll point that out.
Can we go back to the?
It's misleading.
Can we go back to the?
I hope.
Yep. Can we go back to the two items? And of course, this is there we go. So the left picture is the unitary plan alignment. You'll see the pink areas are development sites, and the hatched areas have I can't remember the wording, but it's not exactly a public space zoning, it's
Designation.
a designation. So quite different to what was approved in 2017, but of course the planning documents haven't been updated to cover that. So this is what this exercise is trying to do. The development now moves to the other side. So then you would have a better alignment with Vic Park and access to it from Wynyard Quarter, etc. But as the officers said, Councillor Lee, that the change or the direction for change would have additional open space, public open space. But that's just direction for the work going.
Thank you.
Right, are there any other questions? Cool, we'll move to debate. Thank you very much. Anyone would like to speak on this? Cool. All right, all those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you very much. And I think this one will take 2 minutes, if we can all, or the next one is an operative, make operative. So if you just come to the table and describe it, this is one of those plan change items where at the end of a process, we only have to approve what the decision that has already been made. But I'll just go to
Kia ora koutou. So this next item is to make Plan Change 103 operative. It's a rezoning in Silverdale West from future urban zone to business light industry zone. The Plan Change decision was released in October and there were no appeals received, so it's just procedural to make it operative.
Thank you very much. All those in favour? Any
Question?
Sorry,
Questions?
Councillor.
Yeah.
Very just a quick question in terms of some of the accompanying attachments with respect of the precinct plans, and in that they've got an indicative open space for the existing permanent and intermittent streams. There's a graphic there that identifies those areas in this plan change. My question is really just around given it's a precinct plan, the use of the word indicative, I'm assuming that carries with it, a sense that there might be some slight change, but there can be no significant change from those indicative, in this case, indicative open space network that's identified. So it's not exact, but it's a very clear designation as to the quantity and the location of that open space in this plan. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Right. Oh, okay, we have more questions. Remember, this is, the decisions have been made, we just have to endorse. We don't really have a choice, but Councillor Sayers?
Yeah, the feedback, so I just want some clarification here and because the Rodney local board didn't support the plan change, and I think they actually spoke at the hearing. They sent a representative along to speak at the hearing. So, and they raised a number of concerns, and I just want to understand what changes have been made as a result of their feedback and also the presentation to the hearings. So they had concerns around that it was an out of sequence plan change for starters, and as a result of that the Dairy Flat subdivision now has several unplanned industrial yards consented in the future urban areas, and these have a cumulative effect on the rural character of the area. That it's out of sequence, that it impacts congestion and traffic safety. If private plan change 103 is consented, and its current form will impact negatively on the already overcapacity motorway network between Silverdale and Albany, including the Silverdale intersection. Creates congestion on a major transport corridor between State Highway 1 and State Highway 16, which serves interregional transport as a designated alternative route between Auckland and Northland when the Dome Valley is closed. They're concerned that it required developer-funded transport infrastructure for the increased public transport service to the proposed industrial area, as the current bus services along Dairy Flat Highway and Hibiscus Station to Albany are not hourly services and does not operate in the weekends. There's no current funding in Auckland Transport's budgets to increase this service. There's the Hibiscus Bus Coast Station is within walkable catchment and to the proposed industrial area, and there's no pedestrian or safe cycling access across to it.
Just Councillor Sayers, are you speaking or?
No, these are the questions that they've had that I'm posing as questions.
Okay.
And because I want to know the answers to these concerns. So, and even Watercare does not have the capacity to connect the proposed industrial area. So those concerns are raised by the local board, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to get a feel for, have they been addressed? Because at the moment, you know, they have serious concerns about it.
Council, AT, Watercare and the local board opposed this private plan change at the beginning, but then subsequently, as always with these private plan changes, there's a long process of back and forth. Is there any information that you can tell us of the mitigations and things that happen through the process to get where we are?
I guess that would be through the plan change decision, where they've kind of like set out how it's kind of gone through the plan change, but also just in relation to like the infrastructure and transport, that issues that were raised, the plan change provisions, they do have certain like, I think they enable stage development, so development can't occur until like the transport or the cycling method or infrastructure is in place.
So I take it that the commissioners were happy with what they heard on those.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm so convinced about it, so I won't be supporting it.
No, thank you, Councillor Sayers, and as our discussions recently, our experience on these is we normally don't often get our way with the private plan change process, which the Mayor has been clear with the government is a real issue, considering they want more of this direction out of sequence. No more questions. Right, so remember this is just at the procedural, Councillor Gillan. Yep, Councillor Gillan.
Sorry, just to confirm then, so the local board, Auckland Transport and Watercare all opposed this, but the commissioners have approved it. So what is the legal implications if this committee does not make it operative?
Because this committee, so our advice, of course, is that because this committee is not the decision maker, whilst you have the final decision, you were not there to hear the submissions or consider the hearings and all of the evidence, that it would be a very difficult position for you to take to somehow reject this. What if that happened? Then it would need to start again. You need to go back into the submission process and rehear all the evidence again. Issue would still remain that you would still not be hearing that. It would still come to you ultimately. So it's a bit of a kind of a cycle issue there. I think we all acknowledge, certainly our last term, I realise you weren't around this table last term, Councillor, but I know within your local board experience that this can occur when we have issues with the affordability of infrastructure, the timing of it, and the fact that private plan changes can just come in and kind of throw all that up in the air. So in a way, this is not necessarily a unique situation. It doesn't mean that we are always happy with it. But there is a decision issue here. If you choose to reject this, it would need to go back into a hearing process again.
Can I just have a follow-up question then? So I'm not going to be supporting this. But my follow-up question is, what if we don't make a decision? Is there a time limit where the committee actually has to approve it, or can it just sit there and not be approved?
That's a good question. I can't remember. Is there a time frame after a decision? I can't quite remember. A time frame to make a decision after this decision after a hearing or recommendation from the panel?
I think it's just as soon as practical. I think that's the phrase, yep.
Well, I guess we have had this discussion a number of times. My understanding is that this then goes, if we reject it at this point, right at the end, the cost is on us, right? Like we would pay for the whole process again instead of the private developer, and inevitably it would be approved again.
Well, that's right. That's what I mean. It's just cyclical. It'll come back to us ultimately. We really have no other. Have no other choice in this at this stage of the process.
Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I've got to say that I've some sympathy for Councillor Gillan. We're not just a rubber stamp here. If we get situations like this where some people are quite concerned about something that's got through our independent commissioners, do we have a review of independent commissioners who have a habit of approving things that we don't like? I mean, is there some sanction on them? That's the first question. And the second one is, given what we discussed this morning, where the government are going to say that we have to pay money to people if we've done something to reduce their land, this is a case where what we're about to do is grant a windfall to Fletchers of all appalling people. And we won't be, I bet we don't have any way of sharing in that upside that we're about to grant them. And so can we do something about that, or can we have that added into their submission early in the morning? There we are. Fletchers have got something approved by a group of people that are independent from us, who don't report to us, who we don't have any say in who they are, and they do something or other which the member for Rodney's not happy about. The member for Councillor Watson had a few questions about it, and we just go, oh yeah, okay, we're going to have lunch, we'll approve it. And that doesn't, there's a question there. If that's the system we have, why does it even come to us? You know, what am I collecting around here in the room? It's probably cost thousands of dollars an hour to sit here and avoid lunch. What's the point of that? I didn't sign up just to come along here and nod because something or other got somewhere system as a result of people who I've had nothing to do with. For supporting a company who've got a dreadful record in Auckland, Fletchers, and so, you know, there's a few questions there. I didn't mean to put your lunch off any more. I know how starving some of you are, but still, little people in India will eat that food.
So just perhaps some quick responses. Yes, we can review, and we do, the work of our independent commissioners. We do have a list, and we do review those, and we can change that. Value capture, I think we did deal with a little bit in the resource management submission, and we're going to put some words in around the benefits that planning and zoning can bring to the land, not just the disbenefits, if you want to call it that way. And your third point about the decision making, again, this is the RMA that says that the council must make the decision. However, this council chooses to use independent hearing commissioners as opposed to elected members to make decisions. So in that situation, you will always have a level of rubber stamping because you're not involved in the decision. It's the way the RMA is set up at the moment. The new regime looks, I think, quite similar, but there could be some changes there. But what that does do is, in this situation, it does mean that it is effectively a rubber stamp from your end.
Well, the very thing about our submission, then we should point out from the ones we discussed this morning that we don't like being a rubber stamp.
Yeah,
and why don't we deal with that?
I was having a telepathic conversation about that just as you were saying it. So, yeah, thank you.
Are there any more questions? Yeah, I guess we can.
What's the cost if we say no? If the mood was about saying no, we would probably just ask to pull this item right now, and we would come back to it because I'd be very concerned about saying no. Yeah, there's massive legal risk if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to have a briefing on this on a Monday because we have been back and forth. We know we appealed, we know we declined. We won a couple $100 million worth of infrastructure on doing some of those things last term, but I think it was one of the first times we've acted that way last term, which I support. But I think at this point, we could be up for a huge legal risk and sort of millions of dollars to get to the same outcome. So we just have to acknowledge what that means as a decision has been made. Councillor Turner.
Just real quick, this is not the one that's got the data centre in this, but that's been in the media, is it? It's the other side. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just confirming that.
Cool. Right. Would anyone like to debate this? Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, I want to speak to it because I think this is a I'm going to explain why. It's a perfect example that this needs to be tested, and we need to send this back and a message sent to those independent commissioners for a rethink on this. It's not the cost of saying, what's the cost if we say no? It's what's the cost if we say yes? Because what's going to happen is you're going to end up with a situation where the sewage from this development is going to be trucked out. There will be no pipes, and you're going to end up with a whole lot of those trucks full of sewage, trucking it out for years. Right? Do you want to do that? There won't be any cycling lanes. There won't be any safe roading put in place. There won't be the bus services. There won't be the bus service infrastructure. There won't be the shelters. There won't be the footpath connections put in. There won't be the water connections, and I've just talked about the sewage. So, you know, I actually think this is a perfect test case for us to push back on. I mean, it's very, I don't know what quite the right word I should be using here, but it just comes before us and we're rubber stamping it, and it's the wrong decision just because a bunch of independent commissioners think they've made the right one. Well, colleagues, they haven't made the right decision here. We're going to end up with a shambles. So I think we should push back on it. I'd ask for your vote against this motion for the reasons that I've outlined. Thank you.
Are there any others? Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, just look really quickly. This is a dreadful position for a councillor who's from a long, long way away from this area, doesn't know it well, and I rely on the local councillor to have the strong views about it, and the local board to have really strong views because it's in their patch. And when I hear the number of people are opposed, I just am not equipped to vote for this, so I intend to vote no.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think I've listened to Councillor Sayers, and I asked quietly, but I'm going to say it publicly now with my mic on, to Megan, is what you have said correct, you know? And she doesn't know. So, Megan, my thoughts around this is delay. There's a whole lot of facts we need to understand. I don't think it's a good look for us if we say no. But on the other hand, I don't know that yes is the right answer either. So in the interests of not doing something as a test case, my advice, Chair, would be to delay and make sure we have some real facts around us and discuss this next month. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to delay, but I will just say we just need to be careful. This was approved for notification with the only person abstaining was Councillor Turner. Everyone else supported it. I put forward a request staff prepare a council submission, particularly focusing on infrastructure requirements and funding, and we put forward a submission. Our issue is that everything going backwards from a court point of view says that our submission was heard, they changed things based on our submission, we did an appeal, this will be significant. So I'm happy to pull it now, but we are at the far end of a decision. A council body has made the decision. If councillors want to go back to having councillors on plan changes, then great, but it will mean weeks and weeks and weeks and hearings when I know that people are limited with their time now. So happy to pull it and have a workshop about this, but yeah, do we need to do an amendment if we just withdraw the item? Yeah, happy to withdraw the item, and then we'll have some legal advice over what that means going forward. But I will say there are many a times that I pushed back last term and people pushed back on the pushing back, and now suddenly this is the opposite way. So we're at the wrong part of the process to push back. Yeah, we could have declined. We could have declined it 2 years ago, but that was not what. No one proposed declining it 2 years ago. The mover and the seconder, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Filipaina, do you support withdrawing to discuss?
Personally, no. And the reason I'm saying no is I just really thought that this term was going to be a term that we actually do something instead of delaying. And this is, I just hope it's not a precedent in regards to this. I totally agree with your whakaaro, Chair, in regards to the previous decision. I don't know what's happened. But Chair, I personally won't. So to make it easier, if you're willing to do that, to withdraw it, I will withdraw my second for this to make it easier for you, Chair, to end up then doing it, because here we go again. I just was hoping that we weren't going to put so many delays in front of work that we've already agreed to, but to make it easier for you, I just hope we don't end up going back and just doing what we've done before, which is the worst thing for Tāmaki Makaurau. So to make it easier for you, Chair, if you wish to then second it, you then have Councillor Henderson and yourself to make the decision, because personally I do not agree with it, and therefore then I will remove my name from this unless we have a division. But look, Chair, you've already indicated that you that the position you are as Chair, and that's your prerogative, is to delay it. And so I would make that easier by me withdrawing the seconder to put you there to make it easier if Councillor Henderson indicates that he is also willing to withdraw it. I'm not, but it'd be easier for you, Chair. Kia ora.
Just hold your position now. I'll just ask Councillor Henderson. This is sort of slightly out of order, but a procedural question. So, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to withdraw. I agree with Councillor Filipaina's points, but I think it just is the most pragmatic option that we just chill out a bit and come back and sort it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm happy, if it's procedural, to put my seconder on the list. So Councillor Filipaina withdraw. I'll put... Sorry, he'll withdraw his... sorry, Councillor Filipaina's withdrawn his seconding. I'm now seconding, and both Councillor Henderson and I have agreed, due to the uncertainty, I have a real concern that a conversation next month to address the concerns is better than rejecting and putting ourselves into a...
Chair, procedurally, can I move it then if they've dropped out?
Well, now it's got a mover and a seconder, so no.
No?
I think. If the mover and the seconder withdraw...
I came here to make a decision. It's very late to be raising these issues, which aren't in any of their reports. This area is in my Ngāti Rango Te Tau territories. There are 4 marae in close vicinity to there who need jobs within a short drive from where they live to attract their people back. And I thought this city and this region needs the economic development. And for us to fluff about again, to call more reports and make no decisions is, yeah, so not what we're here for.
Councillor, we are currently discussing what is quite a procedural motion, quite a procedural discussion, because my concern is, and I've had advice from our Director of Strategy, that if we did reject, it will send us into a long-term legal situation that will make a delay quite extreme that we have to pay for, or we can have a pause for a month and organise a briefing or a workshop or whatever ASAP to discuss this, which will then, this will have to come back by the law to the March meeting to then approve again.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the mover and seconder withdrew, and now we've got a new mover and seconder, so we're back to debating this motion. Is that correct?
No, once it's withdrawn, the item is withdrawn.
Chair, can I just seek some clarity, because I think
what's happening there is you're trying to avoid the risk that this is voted down, which then puts us on a path that we haven't had full advice about. And so you have stayed, sorry, Councillor Henderson has stayed the mover, Councillor Hills has replaced Councillor Filipina as the seconder. So they haven't withdrawn from moving and seconding, so there's no gap there, which member Blair could fill, right? So we have to address the item before us. The advice from the chair with the agreement of the mover and seconder is now to withdraw the item and defer it to next month. So that's where we're up to, in order to enable a workshop or briefing discussion so that people have full advice, so they can vote next month on whether to approve or not, cognizant of the legal implications either way. That's correct?
Sorry, just to clarify, if we have a mover and a seconder, is it being withdrawn or are we leaving it on the table for a month? Because if it's being withdrawn, then we don't have a mover and a seconder.
The advice I had was if we withdraw it, then there's every decision we can have it back in March.
Perhaps deferral the right word then. We're deferring it rather than withdrawing it. Yep, Sandra's nodding as the GA. Okay.
Okay, we are now going to go to lunch and we'll come back and address this because I need advice because I don't want to make a extremely expensive decision without legal advice. Cool. So we're going to hold this discussion and go for a 40-minute lunch. So thank you. Kia ora everyone, and welcome. Hopefully those online are there. Feel free to put your cameras back on. We will go to the procedural item, and then I've got a question from Councillor Burns after that. So we'll just have Sandra explain where we're going from here, and then we'll go to Councillor Burns, because I had missed you, sorry, and I spoke to her in the break.
Thank you, through the chair. So we had a motion that was moved and seconded. The movers and seconders' names changed. Under Standing Order 3.15.15, the meeting owns a motion or amendment once it has been moved, seconded and put to the meeting for discussion. The item cannot be withdrawn unless we have a motion to defer or withdraw the item under that standing order. So on the screen, we now have a motion, agree to withdraw the item for consideration at a future meeting, still moved and seconded by Councillor Henderson and seconded by Councillor Hills.
So before we go to that, I'll just give, and sorry, apologies, Councillor Burns, for missing your question. There was a little, there was a lot going on at that point, but you can give your question now if you still feel you need to.
Yes, no problem. Thank you, Chair Hills. And thanks for calling me in the break. It was just really to clarify, I appreciate that you've spoken about this, and this is really annoying when this happens for the last couple of years. And there's obviously 5 of us that are new. It just worries me with all the language around legal, the cost, the delay. Council's already renowned for, delaying lots of areas. So I guess the question was, or just reiterating, I think you did answer a little bit of it, but really us understanding that the delay will just be potentially 1 month for one, and 2, just if you can be really clear that if we reject it, it will be a very costly exercise for us, but it's probably best to delay by 1 month so we can just get our heads around it and everyone's clear. Is that correct?
Yeah, so unless Megan wants to add to it, but largely, yeah, the advice, we don't have all the legal advice and all the advice on the monies. The planner who actually did this work retired from council, so that's part of the complexity, but we'll be able to go into all that complexity if we just delay, hopefully, or assume till the next meeting. If we'd rejected, which is sort of unheard of at this point of the process, it's likely to be very costly and set us into a legal loop where we would end up back here after a very costly council-funded process, whereas at the moment, the process is funded by the private developer, not us. So I'll just, if there's anything additional.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, so look, the opportunity to withdraw, and we said we'd have a workshop or whatever word you want to use to go through some of the details of this. And a reminder, you're quite right, Councillor. We probably need a reminder at the beginning of this term around these things around plan changes and private plan changes, what council's role is, and all those terms and words that are used. So we'll do that. We'll focus on this one, and then you'll get to consider it again. So this is the best and easiest way to deal with that.
Thank you. I'm happy with that. Just a secondary question to that, something you've just brought up, is that for the new members, are we able to sort of get a debrief on, because something that came up with, which Morris brought up, Member Williamson, is that that most of the people opposed. So it'd be interesting for us to just, cast our eyes over that. They have rejected the submission, is that correct?
Oh, well, look, we can, Councillor, how about we do this, whether it's together as a whole group, or if some or all of the new ones want a particular briefing, really happy to do that. I think that was the point. I think we should probably just do a wee bit of a 101 again, and more specifics about this one too. So yeah, always happy.
No problem.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Councillor. Right, so back to the item. I'm not sure Councillor Henderson or I want to speak to it. I think it's quite clear. But if anyone would like to speak to the withdraw the item for consideration at a future meeting clause, or we can just vote on it. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, just got a couple of observations that are a little
troubling. Member Blair referenced the employment related aspect of this proposed development, and of course people may or may not be familiar, but there's a massive amount of housing going in around here, some of the biggest housing development in Auckland, at Milldale, at Millwater, and then eventually at around Dairy Flat itself. So there's going to be an awful lot of people, for not tens of thousands of people, living there. As with the Hibiscus Coast, a lot of this development at the time was predicated on the notion of employment, and we had the knowledge. I can remember Silverdale being the knowledge economy zone, and there was notions of huge amount of work being provided for the good people of the Hibiscus Coast. Now that's been, there is a bit, but it's been a little bit of a letdown, to be honest, and there's certainly not, big streams of traffic heading straight through to Silverdale and the manufacturing centre. So this area down the road, down the motorway, I don't know if it's going to be another version of that, but at least on the face of it, it's offering some sort of industry, some sort of employment. But I guess my main concern with this, and Councillor Sayers did an excellent job of summarising the concerns of the local board in respect of undue pressure on transport and service, increased traffic congestion, safety risks, inadequate public transport and active mode connections, insufficient water and stormwater, etc., etc. So if that's all is indeed the case, well then, yeah, you can't make much of an argument for going ahead with things if that kind of basic infrastructure isn't being provided. But I must admit, when I read point 15, I get quite a different story here, so I was hoping some of the officers might clarify that before any delay, because at point 15 we're told development within the precinct is required to be closely aligned with the delivery of transport, water supply, wastewater, and other infrastructure upgrades needed to support the development of the precinct. A key component of the precinct is the staged delivery of development alongside transport and infrastructure upgrades, with the precinct's provisions specifying when and how these upgrades must be implemented prior to subdivisional development. The precinct provisions also sets out expected landscape, amenities, stormwater management, ecological outcomes, which I did question a bit, and that got reassured with that, and responses to mana whenua. So all that stuff saying, unless I'm reading it wrong, my understanding of the English language is Australian, it could well be, that these things are tied down. That's how I read that it's staged, there's requirements, and that development doesn't proceed unless they're met. So that, I would have thought, was an obvious retort to that could have been made. It wasn't made, so it kind of cast doubt on that pretty assertive paragraph 15. So I guess that's my doubts then, trying to reconcile the concerns of the local board, which are pretty explicit, with what we're told in the paper, which seems to suggest that they are addressed during this precinct process. So for what it's worth, that's my couple of observations.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. And I think the last person to debate the withdrawal of this item and deferment, Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, look, I think we've heard lots of stuff about this, and I mean the as John was just saying, I think the clarity for me came from actually reading the decision, which is part of the it's in there and as part of the pack, and you can go to the end of that and you can see what the 16 public submitters, how their submissions were dealt with. And as I say, as John was talking about, there's stuff in there about wastewater and triggers and stuff like that. And so I think, I would have supported it accepting this, but I think from a let's get all the information, let's get the fact. The fact's always good. And so let's get the facts. If that takes us to have a workshop and get that, then should put us in a better place, because there's significant financial, reputational, and all sorts of risks for council here. And we've got a process that is set up; it's enshrined in legislation, and we need to be we're meant to be mindful of that. And we can't just, because we don't get our way at the end of it, just go, oh, we just won't accept it. Geez, that makes us look like crap, so in my view. So I just think we, if we're not going to pass it today, then the sensible option is to workshop it where we actually get the facts and think about it carefully. So a shame we're not progressing with it, but so be it. And let's get all the information on the table and fact and deal with that.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, can I just check first? So Resolve actually says that there's a bunch of people waiting to speak on this item. Are they old? No offence.
I was going to clarify that because there are some members who were on the speaking list for the original wording.
All right, so maybe, cool. So supporting what Councillor Baker has just said, I'd just also like to point out that the process here that this plan change has been through, those concerns and reasons to oppose were raised during the process in a way that meant they may have been addressed through the process. And that's what we don't have at the moment. We can assume, perhaps, that because none of the groups who opposed the plan change on the basis of some of the reasons that have been outlined appealed it, that they felt that those concerns were sufficiently addressed through the process. So changes were made to the plan change that addressed their concerns. So on that level, I personally would probably be comfortable on signing this off today, making it operative, but understand that there's not that level of comfort in the room. And so I think the decision to defer and to have a further discussion, so everybody's feeling confident to make a good decision, is a good one. So I will support this, but take on board Councillor Baker's points about the process that has already been gone through, and the point that those concerns raised, and which have been reiterated here today, may have been addressed through the process. And it would be good to have confirmation on that, given the lack of appeals. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. And last speaker to this, Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate Councillor Sayer's advocacy because it is his area. But also I look at the fact that this is a process, and perhaps when we have this other discussion, we really look at the independent commissioner's process and if we are going to continue or not, because we can't really be seen to be going against a process that we set up just because we don't like the decision. And I think the other thing that we should be considering is our own personal liability should legal action ensue where we've gone against council advice on an issue, and where we stand personally in that law action that could happen. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Right. On this one, all those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Filipaina, Councillor Watson, and Member Blair. Like their votes recorded. Councillor Lee against. Cool, thank you. That's sorted. Okay, on to the next agenda item. 8.4, the forthcoming review of intertidal shellfish management measures by Fisheries New Zealand. I'm happy to move this. I've added a clause as well, which we can talk about after Dave's gone through. But just to be clear, this was supposed to come to us, and Dave will go through this last year. But when the Rahui came, was applied for. Essentially, to avoid confusion, Fisheries moved this overall review that's been asked by the Council and the Hauraki Gulf Forum in the past to sometime early this year. We think it's April. I thought it would be good with all the focus on this issue if myself and Councillor Ferry asked if this could come to at least discuss, ask some questions, help our communities understand where we're heading. But we don't obviously know all the details of what will be proposed by Fisheries in the first instance. So just to be clear, this is a decision to kind of approve direction for staff to start working on all the controls across the Auckland region and work towards a submission of what we think Fisheries New Zealand might come on. So it's a bit of a strange one, but I thought it'd be good to come because a lot of people had been asking questions. Councillors have been wondering what our position was. So Dave.
Thank you, Chair. And again, just to note that this is something that Fisheries New Zealand have been working on for some time. It was actually an objective that was included in the Hauraki Gulf Fisheries Plan back in August 23 that they wanted to review intertidal shellfish management measures. And so basically they were looking to get a proposal out by the end of 2025. But of course the temporary closure proposal by Ngāti Manihiri came along, and just to avoid confusion about what's proposed with this set of measures, if I can get the slides, there we go, slides to work, then we can just sort of provide an introduction to this particular report. So firstly, the intent of this report is simply to get your agreement for council staff to do a submission. We're looking to probably bring that to a committee about April, May, depending on when central government release it. We have got an indication that it is before April that these proposals will come out. So I just wanted to give some context for this. Fisheries New Zealand obviously administers the Fisheries Act 1996. Their responsibility or the purpose of that act is to ensure that fisheries are available for use while ensuring sustainability. And then that's for all fisheries across New Zealand, and of course that spans deep water fisheries all the way through to freshwater, and everything in between. Intertidal shellfish has been quite a topical issue in the Auckland, Coromandel, Northland regions for some time, and particularly since about the 1980s. And that reflects the fact that a broader range of shellfish species were started to be harvested in the late 1980s, and that reflected a broader socio-economic demographic who were interested in harvesting other species available to them. And so in the past, historically, Fisheries New Zealand has set harvest limits for very commonly used species, traditionally harvested: cockles, pippies, rock lobsters, scallops, mussels, those sorts of things. That's not the focus of this review coming up. The focus is on what we call all other category shellfish species. And all other category species include, and the definition of shellfish is very broad under the Fisheries Act. It includes things that you would traditionally not refer to as shellfish in a common day-to-day perspective. But effectively, it's focusing on the species that are typically seen on the hard shore, the reefs, the rock pools, that sort of thing. So periwinkles, whelks, cat's eyes, those sorts of things. Starfish, they're all part of the shellfish definition. And so those are the things that are going to be subject to the review coming along in about April. I spent several decades with MAF Fisheries back in the day, so I kind of know these things back to front in terms of these management measures and how they've evolved. And so what I would say is that the broader review of some of our harvest measures for intertidal shellfish have been few and far between, and I think that's the nub of the problem, is that we have not had regular reviews by Fisheries New Zealand, and there's a need to ensure that the management response keeps up with the level of interest in terms of the harvest that is going on. And so that's been one of the nubs of the problem, I think. And what we've seen is, of course, that there have been some tools in the Fisheries Act that enable some level of local intervention, and that has occurred in terms of some of the management tools that have been applied for, such as temporary closures across the Auckland region, and that's been going on for some years. And I've got a table that lists some of those things out so you can see the background to that. And apart from the infrequent review of some of these management measures, I've also highlighted there that Fisheries New Zealand staff levels are very low relative to the level of fishery resources in the Auckland area, or the Upper North Island for the area that they're responsible for. And so we've been advocating as staff to Fisheries New Zealand to make sure that this is on their radar and that it is actually something that does need some prioritisation. We've been hearing for years that this is of concern to the communities across Auckland and Coromandel and elsewhere, and so we've been advocating for this review, and it has now come about. So it's only a matter of months before this review will be released. As I said at the start, the review is likely to focus on this particular category of shellfish that is included in the regulations under this label called all other shellfish, and they're mainly species that are found on the hard shore, but not only. There are some that are on the soft shore as well. Now, just to give you a bit of an indication of how things have gone over the years, back in '93, when I was with Fisheries, we introduced the national combined daily limit of 50 per person of shellfish that are not individually prescribed with their own limit. And so at the time, that was in response to the same issues that we're kind of really facing now, is that there's concerns about the level of harvest that is occurring around the coastline, and that these species at that time didn't have any regulation at all in terms of how much people could take. We then started to see some closures come along in particular locations, again mainly soft shore species like cockles and pippies. So in the case of Cheltenham, that was mainly around the status of cockles. In Karikari, it was a mix of species, both the sandy shore beach plus also the reefs on the headlands adjacent to it. Eastern Beach, it was a broader shellfish prohibition, again mainly on the soft shore, but they did have some hard shore structures with some shellfish species there. Umapuya is well known for the cockle bed there, and there's obviously been a temporary closure that's been rolled across every 2 years on that particular site. Cockle Bay, that's slightly different. They started out with a seasonal closure in place for about 7 months in the year, and they did that for several years, between October 2008 through to May 2021. And then from May 2021 onwards, it's been a full prohibition for shellfish collection at Cockle Bay. Whangateao, slightly different again, mainly focused on cockles and pippies, but in this case, the closure was for 3 years. It was then reviewed, put in place for another 3 years, and then in March 2016, it was put on with an indefinite date. In Whangateao, the concern here was the pathogens that were present in the water column that led to a 50% die-off of cockles and pippies within the Whangateao harbour. So the range of factors that are responsible for some of the declines in some of these species is not always harvest pressure, could be pathogens, or it could be things like sedimentation, which is a key issue for Auckland Council to be conscious of. Waiheke Island, obviously more recently, that's more recent history in the sense of just 4 species that were wanted to be focused on. That's a temporary closure, which is due to expire. The next round is August 26. And then the last one I've got there, which is probably one of the most important ones, is that back in '98, reduced bag limits were applied to the commonly harvested species of shellfish across the Auckland Coromandel area, which includes the west coast of Auckland all the way through to Homanga Point on the east coast of Coromandel. So I guess the management responses here show a mix of different tools that can be used. You can have bag limits, you can have spatial closures, and then they could be at a local level, as has been the case, and also you can have reduced bag limits across a more generic level as well for some other species. So there's not necessarily one right answer for which management option needs to be applied looking ahead, but what we need to do is assess all the different management options and ask the question, what is appropriate for where we are now in terms of the level of harvest of shellfish species, particularly the all other category species. So as I said, the review is likely to look at this all other shellfish species category and ask the question, how do we address some of the sustainability issues that have been observed with these species? One option is that you look to reduce the daily limit. It's a combined daily limit, just to be clear, that when we say 50 per person, it's not 50 starfish, 50 crabs, 50 whelks, 50, it's actually 50 for all of those things that don't have any limit. So it's also about making sure that that limit is sustainable for that broader range of species that are included within that all others category. Just for argument's sake, I've just put up there from 50 to 25, so you could look to reduce the bag limits by half, let's say. The other option, which I think we're much more likely to be needing to pursue, is some broader-based geographic interventions. And what we've suggested here relates to things like seasonal closures. So we've talked about the possibility of, or we've seen Fisheries New Zealand apply a seasonal closure in the case of some of the beaches around Auckland. But it may be that it's appropriate across a much broader area, like the whole of Auckland Coromandel area, to look at a restriction on harvesting by season, and that could be 6-month closure, 9-month closure, or whatever level of closure you think is appropriate. And then there's another option, which is a full closure. So you could look at basically just saying that we've reached a stage where the harvest of these species is probably not seen as sustainable, and there's a number of different factors that are influencing the success or the viability of those species, both harvesting and non-harvesting activity. So for example, impacts of sediment runoff and or climate change. So there will be a need to look at all these different options and consider them when the proposals come out. My inkling is that the proposals that, or the options that you see on the screen, on your screen here, will be included in the discussion document that's due out in a couple of months. Next steps is to make sure that whatever the proposals are, is that we basically have a look at what is going to be the most effective and efficient way to address the underlying issues for ensuring sustainable shellfish use in the Auckland region for the all category species, all shellfish category. And we'll be looking to seek insights from local boards to advise or make that aware to you as the committee. We've already received, as a result of the information memo we put out a couple of weeks ago, 22nd of January, some indication from about half a dozen local boards that they're keen to be involved in that discussion process. And I suspect they are quite keen to see a significant level of restriction on any harvest. I would say probably more to the edge of the full closure option. So that's something we all just need to take on board. One of the things that we just need to be very conscious of is that if we have a patchwork of different spatial closures, that is only going to displace fishing activity from one area to another, which is why I'm quite keen to ensure that we look at a more generic-based approach across the Auckland Coromandel region, which is what we proposed back in '98 when I was in fisheries, is that we were actually worried at that time at a macro scale of Aucklanders racing off to their batch and the Coromandel and harvesting down there. So this is something that we're considering in our discussions with Fisheries New Zealand about what is the most effective way to do this. At the same time, they're concerned about a legitimate harvest that parts of our communities would like to take. What we need to ask is, regardless of who it is that's harvesting, because that's irrelevant, but the question is, what is an appropriate level of harvest for those species? And we have many cases of different types of shellfish that have been harvested over the years that a local community may have over-harvested just simply because they're right next to the local shellfish bed. And in this case, people are mobile, they do travel, and so we just need to say, what is the appropriate set of management controls that we need to bring into place to address the fundamental issue, which is sustaining shellfish resources into the future. So effectively, that's a bit of an overview, and what I just wanted to just highlight is that the committee resolution here today is simply to seek your agreement to us preparing a submission, to bring that back to the committee if our meeting dates align with the closing date for submissions, and if that does not happen, that we've got delegated authority in place for the chair, deputy chair and a Hokora member to sign off on the submission. I guess we'll endeavour to obviously, have been articulating to Fisheries New Zealand to make sure that the consultation period is reasonable, maybe 6 weeks if we're lucky, and that will hopefully give us the opportunity to come back to the committee and offer you a proposed submission that you would like to endorse. I think that's probably all I needed to say at this point. Needless to say, this is something that is a hotbed issue for people, and we just need to work through all those views and ensure that we provide a council submission that will advocate for the sustainability of these fisheries in the longer term, which is, I think, also part of the Chair's rec in terms of acknowledging that particular endpoint, and that's consistent with the Council's position on ensuring that these species are sustained into the future. Richard.
Cool. Kia ora, Dave. Thank you. And you're a wealth of knowledge on this subject. I'll just put up the resolutions. Myself and Alf moved in second. I've just added, obviously we don't know the full proposal, but I thought it was important to, if this officers are going to be finding out and looking for the evidence, because they'll have to build evidence to help our case. So confirm, just added a B in the middle there, confirm that the Council's general position is to support more conservative harvest restrictions to ensure sustainability of intertidal shellfish species. Obviously, when the submission comes back, we may want to be more prescriptive on certain parts of the coast or certain species, etc., but the general thrust the staff will be working on, I'm keen for B to be quite clear. But we'll need, obviously, advice from local boards, mana whenua, wider community as well. Right, Councillor Short, you have a question?
Sorry. Obviously, I think you're aware of all the unsustainable harvesting that's happening up on Whangaparaoa. And obviously, there's a lot of concern from our community in regards to it. And I think a couple of weeks ago, there was a bit of a protest, and a few of our councillors, along with their very cool scooter, Greg Sayers, I'm looking at you, popped along, who supported the community and their calls for, protection. But anyway, getting to the point, I think Ngāti Manuhiri have been massive players and instrumental in obviously applying for the rāhui that they've put in. How does this work with that?
Yes, so the Minister is due to make a decision on that application this month, February. It's one of the things about where you apply spatial tools, and in the case of that particular tool, it's a temporary closure, and what we're looking at here is possibly a broader ranging, more durable situation. We will be obviously doing that in conjunction with the local boards to get some of their feedback. I'm not surprised if certain boards in Manawhina will be interested in making sure that we go for a more durable option. I think the risk I'm highlighting here is that if you just go with a patchwork, it doesn't necessarily give you a complete picture of what you should be doing across the Auckland region. If this the ministerial decision was made, that's fine. It's just you just bring that into the fabric of what you're dealing with, and there's a bunch of complementary tools that we'll be looking at here. So if there's some further temporary closures that happen to be added around the Auckland region, that's fine. We're trying to look at what is the baseline for the whole region.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Mayor Brown.
Okay, I generally support what you're doing, but there are a couple of things. One thing that's not being harvested enough is kinna, and it is a shellfish. It is a shell. I don't know if you're picking it up, but and there's kinna barrens where there's nothing but bloody kinna, and so it's, in order to protect some of the other stuff, we need to over-harvest those. So I think that needs to be fitted in there somehow or other in some form of comment, if that's possible. And then the other thing is that I get your point about people crossing boundaries if you just have one. And so I think you should work with the Northland Regional Council if you can. There's a company here that sends buses full of people from a particular country up north to Urutiti Beach because there's a specific type of item there that no one else would eat, but they do. And there's none of it left. And it's just, and so broad, talk to the neighbours as well. Otherwise, we'll just have what you're saying, one beach and they go to the next one. But I'd like to see kinna in there somewhere or other because, if these people aren't wanting to harvest something, that's a good thing to harvest. They're just taken over as kinna barrens there. If you haven't dived in there to look, it's quite surprising, really. It'll give clean them up. There'll be no seaweed left either. So. Is that okay? That was my point. Thank you.
Yes. So firstly, kinna has got an individual bag limit, so it's not covered by the all others category. And the second point is that last year the minister increased the bag limit 3 times from 50 per person to I think 150. So to enable people to harvest it. So that's already catered for. And then your comment about your neighbour, the neighbours more generally, is that yes, that's partly why we have a Auckland Coromandel construct back in 1993 or 98. But equally, we will be thinking about the northern side of our boundary as well, in just terms of what might be affected there. So yeah, we'll cover that off.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Mayor. Next up, Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. A few questions. I think you made the paper even clearer, Dave, so thanks for that. So in terms, it's around sustainability. So we're focusing on that all other species, which I understand that's to be most important in my mind. That includes the rock pools in that intertidal area. So not the sandy beaches where you get pippies and scallops and everything else. We're talking about that actual hard rock area, and the sustainability of those life forms there. You could look at a certain area. So I was down at that Army Bay where it's been stripped and it's happening in Muriwai, but there's other areas that probably aren't being. So, and you want to look at the whole region solution. So what data do we have? And the Chair talked about trying to get some evidence together, but what data do we have and how much of it do we have about how sustainable regionally that rock pool life is across Auckland? That's my first question, and then another couple, Richard.
So one of the challenges for Fisheries New Zealand is trying to provide evidence-based proposals, and one of the challenges for people in this sort of space is that often we don't have sufficient evidence to say, like in a hard scientific way, that there is a problem. And so this is where we have to sort of use our eyes and ears a little bit and sort of think about some of the trends we've seen, and some of the observations we've seen over the years, over a longer time period, to say, well, they used to be able to go and collect power on the Devonport coast back in the 50s. Well, you don't do that now. There's a lot of history that we can refer to, and this is what we sometimes call anecdotal, and it's sometimes not seen as high quality information by Fisheries New Zealand. But if you have a lot of observations from the community and some quite strong anecdotes that can get us to a certain way. The other comment I make is that from the council's perspective, they've got a State of the Environment Report research program, which looks at hardshore status, and they've got a number of sites around the region, which is sort of looking at how hardshore species are going. And they're indicating some declines, some concerns. They point to the 2023 storms, which put sediment all out onto these reefs on the low to mid reef level and cause some problems there, stress. You've got low oxygen levels in some environments sometimes. So we can point to a number of things in terms of our environmental monitoring program more generally that show that these stresses are not necessarily going to go away. So it's about thinking about the future as well. So I think we can bring a range of different quality of information together to justify further restrictions. I think it's really a case of how far we go, and so it'll be interesting to sort of see that dynamic, because there will be places around Auckland region where some of the shellfish resources in the hardshore may be okay, and they could sustain some fishing activity, but maybe not at some of the control levels that we've got in place under the fisheries regulations at the moment. So I think it's about saying, well, maybe we can be precautionary in that space and enable some harvest to continue, but not at the current permitted levels. That's going to be a bit of a test to work through as we gather people's insights.
So that's helpful. That's probably a nice segue into my next question. That's in terms of gathering that knowledge. So the public will have, I'm assuming here, the public will have a chance to make submissions. Auckland Council will have a chance to make submissions. Do the public make those submissions directly to fisheries, or do they come to us so we digest and then we make our own based on their submissions, or do we make our own and the public make their own separately from any overlap? So i.e. us seeing any of that helpful history.
Yeah, so submissions will go direct to Fisheries New Zealand as the management agency seeking input. It may be that if some of those views are known to council staff, if they're brought to the council staff's attention before we bring a report to the committee, that will be helpful. But equally, we'll be going to our local boards and just getting insights from them as well, and they'll no doubt have their finger on the pulse for some of the community interests, and of course we'll be engaging with mana whenua as well in terms of just getting their insights.
So, and just in terms of that B up there, so it says that we're probably supportive of more conservative harvest restrictions, okay, but it could potentially, I'm wondering if, is that, Mr. Chair, I wonder if that gives us enough scope, and just be interested in the officers thinking there, because you might want to be more conservative about some of the shellfish, okay, you might want to halve the limits on some of those or whatever it might be, but you might want to ban, you touched on this in your presentation, perhaps around the rock pools, or have it seasonal or something like that. So have we got enough scope in there?
Yes, I'm comfortable that that recommendation, as the chair had noted, is broad enough to encompass where we need to go and give staff enough direction in terms of what might be the appropriate mixture of measures to pursue with a council submission.
I think it'd be fair to say in that feedback, you may well find if it's going to fisheries or some of it's alerted to officers, Auckland Council officers, that in those areas that have been particularly heavily harvested, there's a lot of deep concern in those communities about the survivability and the recovery of those areas. So they'll be thinking ban, right? That's what they'll be thinking. But if you just ban in one area, or you're saying there's potential, all you're doing is pushing it perhaps onto another beach area. So okay, that's good. And then I'm sure we can find a positive solution here going forward. And so I thank you, Chair, for bringing this up early with us. And finally, I think I know the answer to this, Dave, and that's in terms of, obviously, a lot of this is dependent on fisheries. Is there anything in the armament of Auckland Council's range of tools that we have, is there anything that we can do to help support any actions in terms of increasing the sustainability of the life in those rock pools, or are we totally dependent on fisheries?
I think the key thing here is under our resource management responsibilities, we should be thinking about, you know, how we're managing some of those discharges to the receiving environment and asking how we're, you know, the stresses that they cause is really the key issue for the council to be conscious of. The other thing we can do, if we've got things like park rangers, they can be a little bit like eyes and ears of some of the harvesting that goes on, so we can at least be a point of contact. And so there is some ways that council staff could help in trying to educate maybe some of the harvesters. So there is possible ways that we can get alongside Fisheries New Zealand, and how we entertain signage at beaches and you know, in terms of any controls we have on how signage is done, we might be more, you know, willing to ensure that signage is appropriate, that helps Fisheries New Zealand get their messages out. So there are a couple of options for us to help indirectly, perhaps. So yeah, just a couple of things to think about there.
I don't know if this is also helpful. I'll try and make it a question, and that's, I mean, that's helpful what you've talked about, the signage, etc. But some local boards also invest some of their discretionary spending into wardens. So people that might go around and educate people, which you've just touched on. Were you aware that some of the local boards have that type of resource that we might be able to tap into potentially moving forward?
Historically, park rangers have held honorary fishery officer warrants under the Fisheries Act, and so there is the possibility for some staff in with the right level of training and what have you to help facilitate that end. There is quite a few health and safety issues to be mindful of as someone who's in an enforcement role, but there is a possibility that they are Johnny on the spot, which might be quite helpful even just as a contact point. So there are ways, but I think it just needs to be carefully handled and worked through. So I think the other point, Chair, just to generally say is that one of the other things that we want to flag is that there needs to be better monitoring of an evaluation of the measures that are actually introduced over time, because otherwise you end up with something we introduced back in '93 and nothing's happened in terms of changes. So we need to have more regular reviews. So just a bit of a segue there to Councillor Sayers' point about some of the ancillary activity that we could do to support Fisheries New Zealand, like our surveying of beaches. That's another way we can actually support information coming in. So there's a number of things we can do which are more indirect, but I think they will be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. This is a really important issue, it's particularly at the moment. Just following on from Councillor Sayers, so the signage is not within our jurisdiction at all, and the monitoring and the enforcement really isn't within our jurisdiction. Even where it's part of a park, like the actual land parcel goes down past there.
I think I'd probably defer on this one, but I think we have a role, obviously, where signage is on council land or road verges or things like that in terms of our role in approving placement of signages, if that's where you're coming from.
I'm just thinking a lot of the signage at the moment is quite deficient. It's not multilingual. It's not clear. But if that's fisheries signage, are we allowed to put it up, council branded signage like that, or do we have to wait for them to come and do that?
I think it would be a case of just how they prioritise the sites that they put signage in and what level of funding they might have to do that. I think there are things that council could advocate for in terms of seeing increased signage. So I think there's some opportunity there, but I think one of the biggest problems they have, I think, is with vandalism of signs as well, and so they, can only put up so many signs in their budgets. But there may be opportunities there for for council to assist with making it easy for them to get signage in place. I think that's probably the key issue.
Okay, it'd be good to look at this because we really should have a sign at every beach with clear guidelines as to what is allowed and what isn't allowed. Now, just regarding the actual process here, so the ministry's having the review. You had your table up there before of the bans that are currently in place or restrictions. If we advocate for more restrictions, does it automatically go in there, or we need them to approve that and then put it into the legislation? I mean, what's the process? What's the timeline? When will it be implemented? That kind of thing.
So currently the Fisheries New Zealand have advised that they will be releasing their proposals before April. There'll be potentially a 6-week window for public feedback. Hopefully the council will get a submission in that 6-week window, and then it would be evaluated. The minister would make a call on whether or not, what option A, B or C is put in place through a regulation, and there'll be a regulatory change which would probably see us through to probably 5 months, 4 months out. So from the close of submission, so it could be before next summer you would have new restrictions in place.
And it's not a schedule that can be altered at any time as needed.
Unlikely at this. The tool they use, I think, is through the Gazette notice, so it gives more flexibility for making changes in the future. The trick will be is that they are required by law to consult widely on their proposals, and so they have to develop any new proposals, possibly get ministerial agreement to release such proposals, and then come out with them. I think just in terms of the time frame issue more generally, what I would highlight is that I think we would want to indicate that with any new controls that are put in place, that there is some evaluation steps that Fisheries New Zealand will take on the success or otherwise of those measures within a 3-year window, let's say, as opposed to what we have now, which is that they just don't have the resources to do any of that sort of assessment at a specific level.
Okay, and my last question is, what if the rock pools are on private land? And I'm thinking of places like Takapuna Beach where big chunks of it are actually on private parcel that extends out into the water. I assume this is because this legislation, this covers all of that as well, or is there a difference there?
No, that's correct. That fishery resources across New Zealand encompass, regardless of land tenure, the rules apply across the board.
Kia ora, Councillor. Haukura Member Wilson.
Crikey, you've been here as long as we have today. Look, a couple of questions. It's very handy that you do have the fisheries background. I guess you did indicate the consultation, you said hopefully 6 weeks, and I'm hoping that is the case in terms of mana whenua and the customary fishing and harvesting that's encumbered, which includes your ability to be a fisheries officer warden as being spoken here. So I'm hoping that when it does come and the submission is decided, that there is some emphasis and clearly timing, if that is required by each of the individual mana whenua, that will be tested in that sense, because clearly the reason why they have those roles and responsibilities is because it is hugely significant. You don't know what you don't know, but I guess I'm just making sure depending on what happens here, that is a key component of any engagement. In terms of the engagement, is there a sense that fisheries themselves will undertake, well, they're the ones that are putting the bill out, aren't they? And normally it's heavily reliant on Auckland Council. Do you get a sense that there will be a component that they will undertake that consultation, which may cut down the ability for Auckland Council if they put a submission to do the same? So I'm going to wrap it up all in one, so I'm not asking you, so I know you can keep it in your head sufficiently well. Now, that aside, I'm just thinking about the resource that Council will require to be able to reach the local communities and specifically mana whenua, and what that will enable, and especially around Rahui and the like. So it's a bit of a test of you remember all the pātai, if that's okay, Dave.
Kia ora. Yes, firstly, Fisheries New Zealand has undertaken some level of engagement last year on the forthcoming review with mana whenua. I'm not sure of the extent of that in terms of how many iwi they talked to, but they did say that that they had gone to some of their forums that they have in place and sort of start to engage with some of the kaitiaki for the interaction between Fisheries New Zealand and mana whenua. There's no reason why we couldn't, as a council, as staff, go out to mana whenua with an email tomorrow saying, just so you know, that there's a forthcoming Fishery New Zealand review, which will, look to review some of these shellfish controls to give them a bit of a heads up. And then, of course, when we get the proposals, we're happy to sort of make sure that they're aware of that and the opportunity for them to let their views be known to us in addition to going directly to Fisheries New Zealand. So there's a couple of opportunities we can actually help with making sure that people are aware of how this review might affect their interests. And I guess the key comment to make here is that this is focused on recreational fishing activity and not the customary fishing activity. So we can certainly do things to make that sure that mana whenua are aware of this.
Okay, just thank you very much. You've answered all of those as one. So it is, I suppose, the in-house specialist advice that exists currently through yourself and others is key for some that don't have that. So it's just trying to, and not putting you on the spot there, make sure that that could be available as well if it's not available in terms of mana whenua who have a specific role around these matters. That's all I'm posing it as a question more than anything else.
So just generally, we will be, I'll pull together the relevant people I need to help with engagement and making sure we get the key feedback we need.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Member Wilson. Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe he mana. Kia ora, Dave. Dave, I just got one pātai, and it's in regards to 1, 4 and 13, and it relates to timeframes that do not allow for its consideration. That's number 1. Number 4, there is uncertainty around the time period that will be provided for feedback. And number 13, it's around anticipated to occur at either the April or May 2026 committee meeting. Can you assure us that a draft, depending on the times and the feedback times from Fishery New Zealand, will be sent to us for our feedback? And I mean, if it doesn't get to the 2 meetings because of our calendar timeframes, we have the opportunity of giving feedback before it is given to the chair, deputy chair and whole kura member. Can I just be reassured that that's going to happen?
Yeah, look, I've stressed with Fisheries New Zealand that we have these timeframes which need a bit of consideration from a council perspective, but I'm also happy to ensure that we circulate a draft to committee members outside of a normal committee thing. If we can't meet these meeting deadlines, I'm happy to circulate a draft to members of the committee just to get any insights as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm losing my voice, sorry. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to ask about B. I would support more extensive harvest restrictions as opposed to conservative harvest restrictions. Am I reading that right? That's saying our harvest restrictions be conservative, so limited.
Yeah, it's the same. We're looking at more restrictive measures to basically limit what people can take.
So yeah, I think Dave and I discussed this, and liberal harvest restrictions would mean our restrictions are quite wide, whereas in this case, although I understand what you mean, it sounds like we're making the controls less extreme or more conservative, but what we're saying is that we're making it more conservative as in allowing people to take less rather than more.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I would support the ban or banning, more enforcement in our submission to fisheries. Yeah, and yeah, enforcement and just signage has a role to play in terms of if it helps enforcement, but I really think it's gone past the stage of education and to the point of really you need strong enforcement. So I hope that can be reflected in what we give back to Fisheries New Zealand and for them to use social media because that's how they're getting en masse people turning up and stripping the seashore, whatever.
So we do have infringement notices under the Fisheries Act, $250 for harvests that are twice the daily limit, up to 3 times the daily limit. $500 infringement notice if it's it's $500, but if it's more than twice but less than 3 times the daily limit, it's $250 if it's up to 2 times the daily limit. And if you exceed that again, you go to court. So there are good measures there that are efficient in terms of infringement notices. But I've seen some cases where some harvesters have been hit with $4,000 fines through courts. So, there are some deterrents. I think the issue that you're picking up on, though, is the lack of compliance staff. There's only about 16 staff, 18 staff, maybe across the Auckland region. I would have to confirm that with Fisheries New Zealand, but that's in terms of full-time fishery officers. And then they rely very heavily on honorary fishery officers for the recreational enforcement activities. And that's sort of, difficult to maintain a number of people over the years. But in signage, they do signage, but they are actually now moving into social media more. They do multilingual signs. We did that back in the 90s, so it's always been there. But I think it's more about how much, and like if it could be done more, then and that's something we can include to say that we need to see more of that level of support.
Yeah, I would support that because looking at TikTok, you've got just people that are there. They don't seem like they're warranted fisheries officers or anything, but they're calling, they're going up and telling people stop taking so much, and you can see so many issues coming out of that where they could be putting themselves at risk in trying to do enforcement. So enforcement is a massive gap. Monitoring is a massive gap. People on the ground is a massive gap. So it'd be good to reflect that in our feedback.
Thank you, Councillor. Don't think there are any more questions. Cool. I guess my one question can we put more factors about the resources into our submissions? So yes, it might be about the controls that come out or the changes that fisheries propose, but things like signage, things like resource, if they are going to have far greater restrictions, which we support, how will that be policed? Can it be part of the work done? I know that you have got the data of people, the infringements that have been found, but actually some of the issue might be there's too many people taking the limit, which is the issue too. So it's kind of how we deal with that is different.
Yes, so I'll be encouraging Fisheries New Zealand to perhaps release some of that information with their proposals actually, but equally we can have a hunt round in terms of what information we have to help support the Council's position on any additional actions that are needed beyond just the management settings.
And do we think, like the proposal pre-Christmas was definitely around the intertidal, do you think it'll come out broader? Obviously we still have issues with bottom trawling and other things that aren't as easily seen as people taking from the beach foreshore. Will that sort of thing come back up through this, or is it going to be specific on intertidal shellfish?
It's going to be targeted to the intertidal shellfish review. Any one of those other topics that in fisheries just takes a whole lot of time and effort in its own right. And so my advice to Fisheries New Zealand has been don't actually extend to other shellfish issues, just focus on this one to do with the all others bag limit and where harvesting is allowed, because that in itself is a very focused issue for people to offer their views on, and we want clarity from the public as well as others to recommend revised settings.
Cool. Thank you very much. Right, we'll get you to retire, Dave. Thank you. And we have the resolutions on the screen. I think Councillor Watson would like to speak.
Yeah, just a couple of words. A good report, Dave. I generally support the direction of travel there. I guess from my perspective, what maybe hasn't emerged quite as clearly as it could have is the extent to what has transpired over the last 23 years, where where that original limit of 50 existed. We now have, certainly in the part of the area I live in, is pretty much a systematic plundering of the rock pool. So it's on a basis. It's almost like a military operation. So you can have 100 people come in. They work their way through each of the pools. They've got chisels. They've got piano wire, and they just strip everything bare. And it's very clear that this is organised. So as much as Whangaparāoa Peninsula has got really hit, there's other areas where it's extended to as well, and there's even the anecdotal evidence that it's other parts of New Zealand where there's bus loads going down from Auckland to other tidal areas in New Zealand and stripping them. So it's on a scale that I'm certainly have never seen before. It's devastating, and what has been particularly gratifying, I think, has been the response of local communities who have actually led the countercharge to this. So we have had people in increasing numbers, and I think there was a good turnout at the protest meeting, including two of the councillors from Rodney and North Shore, that people have really seen that this threatens the sustainability of these rock pools as kind of as far as living organisms go. So Dave has taken us through the suite of options here, from a reduced limit, a seasonal restriction, perhaps a complete ban, and then an evaluation of what's happening. I think everything needs to be on the table. If anything, we're kind of understating the problem as far as I can see. But having said that, the options have been articulated that I think would be effective, a combination of them all. And I think the last one, monitoring, is really important, because if we're not actually looking at what's happening, we don't know how bad the situation is and what needs to be done. So ongoing monitoring is really important, because it's actually been the members of the public who have brought that to our attention, essentially. In that respect, probably a couple of acknowledgements are due. Certainly one gentleman, Mark Lenton, who has been leading the charge on Protect Whangaparāoa rock pools, but has also been acting as a conduit for other parts of Auckland, Piha, Muriwai as well, and down in the East Coast Bays. Mark's been magnificent. Have to give a shout out to Ngāti Manuhiri Settlement Trust, who stepped up to the mark as far as actually doing something goes when no one else was taking too much of an interest, and to the Hauraki Golf Forum, who were very supportive of the issue that was raised and any potential kind of response. So Dave's taken us through this. It's a reasonably thorough job, and I hope we err on the side of proactivity and sustainability, that we don't understate things, because they've got worse, and they've got worse a lot quicker over the last 12 months. There is also mention there of honorary fishery officers. What we're finding up on Whangaparāoa is that there seems to be no shortage of people willing to step up to the plate and go out and do some volunteering in an honorary capacity, which actually is a bit of a throwback to the 1960s and 70s, where they had beach wardens for all manner of things that seemed to result in a degree of
compliance and good behaviour that maybe hasn't been duplicated since. But one thing that does definitely put people off as far as honorary fisheries officers goes, that they've got to do 80 hours of training, 80 before they've even started. Jeepers creepers. That's like, you know, for 2 40-hour weeks. That's over the top. So I don't know. I think some councillors in the past have brought up, you know, this notion of trying to encourage people and giving them, you know, honorary positions. I think that's something we should look at too, because of the compliance is just under too much strain, whether it's our council people or the fisheries. You know, they're hopelessly ill-equipped in terms of numbers to deal with everything over the Auckland region. So if we've got people in the community that are willing to come up and you know, help this, and the people I've seen have been very good, you know, mannerly. They've, you know, I think anyone knows these days you have to watch how you approach people. They're not confrontational, they're educational. But having said that, there is, in the stripping of the rock pools, it's very clear there's just a certain number of people now who just don't give a toss. They don't care. So there are people who are open to education, but there are other people who aren't. So I'll just finish by saying that there's been a lot of work done. There's been a huge response from various communities around Auckland, particularly the one up in Whangapraoa. So I think this kind of dual approach with much appreciated intervention of iwi where required, and certainly as has happened with Ngāti Manuhiri, is really valuable for a really speedy, timely response. But we are facing almost an existential threat in some parts of Auckland in terms of the rock pools and the life forms that are in them. So, you know, it's our duty there to really stand up for that, and I'm hoping this submission process will give us the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much. And I'll just finish up briefly by saying that it's really important that we take a stand, but it's also a good reminder that this isn't about specific community. Overfishing is killing the Gulf. Crayfish are almost extinct across the Hauraki Gulf. I think snapper and trevally and others are down about 80%. And then you've got bottom trawling, and unfortunately the Minister allowing commercial fishing within high protected areas. So, you know, this is an issue, but it's an overall issue. I think it was disappointing to hear some of the Minister's comments about immigration and things, where this is about fish limits and laws and resources around that. And we've got issues from all parts of our community about overfishing of different species, bottom trawling, etc. So this is one part of that overall problem that we all have to face up to. And I think when we know what the proposal is, we'll be even stronger, as Councillor Watson says, through that. So thank you very much. All those in favour? Any opposed? No? Okay, the next item I'm happy to move. Councillor Ferry, second. Any questions on that? Status update of actions and decisions? I think so. All those in favour? We'll have Councillor Filipaina move. Councillor Henderson second. Summary of confidential decisions and related information. All those in favour? Any opposed? 8.7, summary of information memo circulated to the committee. A mover, Councillor Short. Seconder, Councillor Filipaina. All those in favour? Aye. Sorry. Ka whakaria te tapu ki a wātea ai te ara, ke tūruki whakataha ai, ke tūruki whakataha ai, homie huie tai kia. We finished just after the 3 o'clock that I thought we might get to. But kia ora everyone, thanks very much for today, and we will see you tomorrow, I guess, or sometime. Kia ora.